And our social value model, which we are reforming and will strengthen shortly, does allow contracting authorities to consider the economic, social impact and reputation of bidders. And of course, the Employment Rights Bill, the biggest upgrade in workers' rights in a generation, will end the scandal of fire and rehire.
Madam Speaker, on determining awards for public contracts, what steps are being taken to prioritise UK firms in public procurement, especially for the provision of vital equipment like PPE in our NHS?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we are going to bring forward plans, hopefully in the next session, to reform procurement rules. And a big part of that, as the Chancellor has said many times, is to help people to buy British more and support local jobs, support economies around the country. So we'll be bringing forward reforms in the next session. I should point out, though, that of all their other failings, the last government did make some progress on this in the Procurement Act 2023, but we will build on that in the next session.
Ben Coleman.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister, busy.
Okay. It's not going to be all me, don't worry. This is the last. This is my. Don't worry. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to say that we have held several rounds of negotiations with the EU about a youth experience scheme. It will be balanced, capped, time limited, and subject to a visa requirement, but it will deliver huge benefits to young people. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, one of the tragedies of the deal that the last government negotiated is it reduced and narrowed opportunities for young people. This government will change that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor said recently that an ambitious youth experience scheme with the EU would be good for growth and good for business. And the Centre for European Reform has estimated that such an agreement could add nearly 0.5% to UK GDP over 10 years. So can the Minister reassure my constituents in Chelsea and Fulham that the government will maximise all the opportunities on offer for our young people from all backgrounds to work and to study, to do apprenticeships, to volunteer in European Union countries, to boost our economy and to rebuild cultural links after the damage of the Conservative Party's botched Brexit?
Yes, I can. Look, I think this agreement will make a real difference to jobs, to maximise opportunities for young people and for cultural exchange. It's why we're working so hard on it. It's why we're also working on associate relationship with the Erasmus Plus scheme. The exact parameters of this are, of course, a part of negotiations, but we'll update the House on it shortly.
Mr.
Speaker, in October, more than 200 UK and EU cultural and creative organisations issued a joint statement calling for the UK to rejoin Creative Europe and take part in its proposed successor, Agora EU, giving lots of young people access to grants and access to cultural exchanges. What assessment has the government made to rejoin Creative Europe?
Well, as I said, one of the tragedies of the deal the last government did was it excluded opportunities on cultural exchange and particularly for young people. We are going to change that. It's part of negotiations. On the specific point of that, I'll ask my colleague from the Minister of the Cabinet Office to come back on the specific point on the cultural bit. But in general, our aim is to get as close as we can to that agreement and as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry to disappoint. In the last few months, I've begun to stand up a high-calibre team working at pace to develop proposals for a free new digital credential for all UK citizens. This credential will be inclusive, secure and useful, learning from the best schemes around the world. And in the new year, we'll be inviting the public to have their say in a major public consultation. And I'll be travelling up and down the country in new ways to engage as we develop this vital new public good for our country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain has a proud track record of providing refuge for people fleeing persecution and war. But when tens of thousands of people are travelling across many safe countries to get here, it's clear that the criminal gang sales pitch that Britain's an easy place to find illegal work is working. So can my honourable friend tell me how digital ID will help us to smash those criminal gangs and to tackle the scourge of illegal work?
Around the world and across Europe, countries use digital checks to evaluate whether someone has a legal right to work. But we do not. While we have brilliant digital verification tools, millions of checks use unreliable, paper-based systems of passports, birth certificates, and other forms of evidence. This leaves too much room for fraud and, crucially, creates the perception that our country has weaker regimes for combating illegal working. Digitising checks will enable digital auditing of employers and more enforcement, bringing our illegal working regime in line with international peers and helping to deliver on one of our top priorities, reducing illegal migration.
Mike Wood, Shadow Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called a Downing Street press conference in October rather than come to this House so he could tell the nation that digital ID will not be mandatory. It's just that you won't be able to get a job without one. So what else won't you be able to do without this apparently voluntary digital ID? Can the Minister confirm that if you won't be allowed to get a job without digital ID, you won't be able to receive any benefits without digital ID?
Building a new digital credential for UK systems is a major public good that we need to do carefully and take our time over. And that is why, as I said, we will be launching a major public consultation in the new year. In that consultation will be a whole series of questions about the use cases for digital ID, and I look forward to working with the Honourable Member and members across this House to work together on what this new digital credential should do for our citizens.
Mike Wood.
Thank you. The Minister's answer makes it clear that this announcement's not a policy, it was a party conference stunt. They clearly haven't thought it through. It is clear that the Prime Minister lacks the backbone to push back against officials who've taken this awful idea off the shelf once again. Because, Mr. Speaker, the truth is this is a £1.8 billion solution in search of a question to solve. So the Minister talks about illegal migration, but the truth is that there are already a legal responsibility to do those checks, and the Home Office offers a reliable service. So can the Minister tell us just how many people who've passed the Home Office right to work check are later found not to have right to work?
On right to work checks, to be very clear, the current system is not fit for purpose. The United Kingdom is out of whack with international peers. That creates the perception that we have a illegal labour market regime, and I'm sure the Minister opposite would not be against toughening up enforcement against illegal working. And on the broader benefits of digital ID, in the future economy and state that we need to build, a digital credential free that every citizen has access to is a vital foundational public good for everything that we want our government and our state to do 15, 20 years ahead. And I am proud that this government is taking on the task of building it.
Sir Edward Lee, Father of the House.
Number 5, sir.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer questions 5 and 13 together. The decision to call in the planning application for the proposed Chinese embassy was made by the former Deputy Prime Minister in line with the current policy on call-in. This decision is subject to a quasi-judicial process and independent from the rest of government. No private assurances have been given to the Chinese government regarding the embassy application.
Sir Edward.
Will the prayers of long-dead medieval monks save us from this hideous mega embassy right next to the most totemic building in the United Kingdom, the Tower of London? The Secretaries of State for the Home and Foreign Office wrote a letter on the 14th of January insisting that a condition be made that there should be a wall and public access to the Cistercian medieval monastery on the site. The Chinese, in their arrogant way, are ignoring this. Will the government stand firm, insist on public access, and by the way, that would be a good way of stopping this awful project?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can say to the Father of the House is that national security is the first duty of this government, and it has been a core priority throughout this process. We have considered the breadth of national security considerations and have publicly outlined the necessary security mitigations that we need in order to support an application. I can also tell the Father of the House that should the planning decision be approved, the new embassy will replace the 7 different sites which currently comprise China's diplomatic estate.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, my honourable friend, the member for Newmarket, raised concerns with the Foreign Secretary, expressing those made by the United States, the Dutch, the Swiss and the Swedish governments regarding the reported presence of data cables running beneath the Royal Mint Court. I note that the Cabinet Office has since denied these reports to the press. So can the Minister now provide the clarity that his colleague at the Foreign Office could not, and give a clear yes or no answer to this House as to whether any such cables run beneath or in the vicinity of that site?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can say to the honourable gentleman is to reiterate the point about the government having considered the breadth of national security considerations, and both the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary have been clear about this. I can also say to him that we work incredibly closely with our allies, particularly our Five Eyes partners, ensuring our collective national security.
John Stedman.
Speaker, my constituents are concerned about the broader domestic security risk that China is currently posing beyond the potential implications of their embassy planning application. Considering Chinese state-subsidised bus manufacturers have gained a rising market share in the UK over the last few years, the DfT and NCS...
I think it's way off the question. It's literally just about the Chinese embassy. As important it is in recognising that. I'm sure you might catch my own topicals. Right, let us move to Gideon Evans.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to answer questions 7 and 20 together. The government published the Resilience Action Plan in July to set out its strategic approach to improve the UK's resilience to the full range of risks that we face. One of the actions we've taken is to conduct the largest ever pandemic exercise. The exercise involved all regions and nations of the UK and thousands of participants.
From the first ever charts by Captain Cook to real-time digital mapping, the UK Hydrographic Office enables and keeps our Royal Navy safe at sea, operating quite literally under the radar. Will the Minister pay tribute to the hundreds of people in my constituency working at the office, and will he support a cross-sector approach to both energy cables and telecommunication cables and their security, bringing in the universities of Plymouth, the University Centre Somerset and the Hydrographic Office in my constituency?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him, and I join with him in paying tribute to the important work of the UK Hydrographic Office and its vital contribution to the UK's maritime security. I can tell him that the Cabinet Office plays a central role to cohere cross-government efforts to secure the UK's undersea infrastructure. Given the growing prominence of this issue, lead government departments are engaging with industry partners, and we will continue this inclusive approach as we support the Royal Navy to take a leading role to secure our undersea infrastructure.
Susan Murray.
Mr. Speaker, the Russian spy ship Yantar has been probing our infrastructure in the North Sea. While doing so, they used high-powered lasers against an RAF plane monitoring their activity, threatening the lives of our pilots. What steps is the government taking to secure our critical strategic infrastructure in the North Sea and to ensure that there are clear and serious consequences for Russia when it carries out aggressive and dangerous military activity off our coasts?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to her, and she and the House will understand that I'm limited in terms of what I can say in my response. But I can give her an assurance that Russia is a top national security priority for the government, and UK law enforcement has recently secured a range of convictions in this area. I will have more to say about this later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering Chinese state-subsidised manufacturers have gained a rising market share in the UK over the last few years, and that DfT and NCSC have announced recently an investigation into kill switches in Chinese buses, and that the 10-year bus pipeline is expected imminently, will the Minister be raising our government's concerns about Chinese buses directly with the Chinese government?
Well, I'm grateful to him, not just for his question today, but for the very important work that I know he has done in this particular area in his constituency and across Scotland. I've listened very carefully to what he's had to say this morning, and I'd be very happy to discuss it with him further.
Number 8, Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the National Security Risk Assessment, the Cabinet Office engages closely with DEFRA to continuously assess risks to the security and resilience of the food sector as well as interdependencies between critical national infrastructure sectors. The Government has published the results of the first annual public survey on risk and resilience and provides resilience advice to the public on gov.uk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for my honourable friend's reply. The UK food system has shown remarkable resistance and flexibility in recent years, but seasoned industry voices are warning that we face new challenges, climatic risk and global instability. Now, I appreciate it's not just a food production issue here, it is a cross-government issue. So I wonder if the honourable gentleman could say a little bit more about the measures to assess our readiness for these new challenges.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, who I know speaks with great authority on these matters. I can say to him that the Cabinet Office is strongly supportive of the work that DEFRA is undertaking on food security, including mapping critical food supply chain assets to provide a greater understanding of potential vulnerabilities. We've also published the first ever chronic risks analysis to support decision-making on longer-term cross-cutting and interconnected risks, such as climate and geopolitical change.
Gerald Jones.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer questions 9, 12 and 17 together. After the damage wrought by successive Conservative governments, we have successfully reset relations with the devolved governments. And thanks to the hard work of Eluned Morgan, Anna Sawa and our brilliant Welsh and Scottish Labour MPs, we have provided the largest uplifts to their budgets since devolution began.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the additional £505 million of investment the Chancellor announced in last week's budget through the Barnett formula, building on the biggest settlement since devolution. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this is another example of two Labour governments working together for the benefit of the people of Wales, which is a complete contrast to the way we were treated by the party opposite?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I agree this is but one fantastic example of two Labour governments working together to deliver for the people of Wales, as he says, in stark contrast to 14 years of Conservative governments ignoring Welsh leaders in the Synod. Just the other week, we announced 2 AI growth zones and the UK's first small modular reactor in Anglesey, alongside an historic investment in Welsh Rail earlier this year. Through these, we are creating 11,000 new jobs across Wales, thanks again to two Labour governments working together for the people of Wales.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that in constituencies like mine, where people are struggling to access healthcare, it's vital that the SNP government makes effective use of the recent funding uplift to finally deliver the long-promised elective treatment and diagnostic centre in Cumbernauld, so we can cut waiting lists and get my constituents the care they need?
My honourable friend will know that it was Nicola Sturgeon, no less, campaigning less than a month before the 2021 Scottish Parliament election, who promised a new elective treatment and diagnostic centre for the people of Cumbernauld. 4.5 years later, my honourable friend's constituents are still waiting, and the SNP have admitted they will not be building it anytime soon. This Labour government has committed billions of pounds in extra funding for Scottish public services, but voters in Cumbernauld and across Scotland will rightly be asking the SNP government the question, where's the money gone, John?
Aaron Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that with a Labour government at Holyrood, working with a UK Labour government, constituencies like mine in North Ayrshire and Arran could be much better off if the nuclear policy in Scotland changed and sites like Hunterston, currently blocked from investment by SNP policy, could be developed to support small modular reactors, bring good jobs to the community and play a key part in our energy supply?
In England and Wales, Mr. Speaker, Labour governments are investing billions of pounds to deliver a new generation of clean, safe nuclear power. Hunterston, in my honourable friend's constituency, is just one of those communities in Scotland which could benefit from this investment if it was not for the SNP's outdated ideological ban on nuclear power. Their student politics approach is holding Scotland back. Only a vote for Scottish Labour and Anna Sawa next May will deliver the jobs and growth which nuclear power could offer Scotland.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the government's assurances, the government and the Scottish government fail to communicate in many ways. And as a Scottish MP, I am used to the frustrating process of being sent from one to another with nobody taking responsibility. Access for All is a great example. The new ramp at Lucas Station, which serves St Andrews, could provide effective step-free access, but nobody knows when the new scheme is coming and how it will be administered in Scotland. Can I get assurance that conversations are taking place about this scheme?
I can confirm that ministers across government, including myself, the Prime Minister, and in relevant departments, engage with their counterparts in the Scottish Government frequently, and we wish to unblock problems to improve delivery for the people of Scotland. On the particular issue, if the Honourable Lady writes to me, I will ensure that that's taken into account, and perhaps next time the SNP might come to questions to hear it themselves directly.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's a gentleman, and that never in question. What steps will be taken to respect the principle of devolution and avoid legislating over Northern Ireland Assembly without genuine necessity? I cast everyone's mind in this House back to 2019, when this side of the House in government brought in the abortion legislation in Northern Ireland against the will of the Northern Ireland Assembly, against the will of the people of Northern Ireland, and this House endorsed it. What can be done, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that that never, ever happens again?
I'm sure the Secretary will answer rather than me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it comes from mutual respect and dialogue, which this government has exhibited since it's come into government, as he says, in stark contrast to the relationship over the previous 14 years. And the Northern Ireland Secretary and myself, engagement with the Deputy First Minister and the First Minister, alongside the Prime Minister, engage on these issues routinely and will continue to try to provide the best answers for the people of Northern Ireland.
Alex Brother.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to answer questions 10, 11 and 16 together. Since coming to office, this government has secured a new strategic partnership with the EU to deliver for jobs, bills and borders. We are repairing the damage inflicted by the Conservatives' botched Brexit deal, which left food businesses paying £200 on paperwork for every single consignment shipped in from the EU. We've made significant progress since our historic May summit, including negotiations on a food and drink deal, which will slash red tape for businesses and bring down prices for consumers.
Alex Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Brexit has left a £90 billion hole in the UK tax revenues, and small business owners in my constituency of North East Hampshire are telling me that the last two budgets have been, and I quote, catastrophic for them, why is the government not pursuing a bespoke UK-EU customs union to cut red tape, boost economic growth and support British businesses?
The Prime Minister was very clear in the House yesterday that we'll be honouring our manifesto commitments on a single market and a customs union. We will not be rejoining those institutions. But there is a great deal of work that can be done between the botched deal we inherited from the Conservatives, from the acrimonious relationship where they just refuse to talk to each other in the interests of either Britain or the European Union, and the new relationship that the Prime Minister has built with his counterparts in Europe to deliver for the people of the United Kingdom.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent efforts to secure UK participation in the EU Security Action for Europe, an initiative aimed at strengthening defence capacity across the continent in response to escalating Russian threats, appears to have come to an end without agreement. While it is right that the UK only enters agreements that clearly support our national interest and represent value for money, we must continue to play a leading role in European security. Could the Minister outline how the government intends to build momentum for renewed UK-EU cooperation in this area?
I thank my honourable friend for his important question. The United Kingdom remains committed to our role in European security in the face of rising threats. As the House will know, the Prime Minister has led the coalition of the willing to combat Vladimir Putin's aggression in Ukraine and has worked tirelessly to strengthen our relationships with our allies, including across Europe. We are working quickly with the EU to implement our ambitious security and defence partnership and have already stepped up our cooperation on key issues such as tackling hybrid threats and our collective support to Ukraine.
Dr. Alpingt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Newsagents podcast yesterday evening, the Deputy Prime Minister, when asked about a UK-EU customs arrangement, said, and I quote, that journey of travel is self-evident. Given the botched Brexit deal is costing the UK Exchequer £90 billion a year, can I ask what that self-evident journey now means for the government's own red lines? And can I also ask whether the party opposite will take the opportunity to take a giant leap on that journey by supporting my 10-minute rule bill next Tuesday?
I have to confess, Mr. Speaker, I have not listened to the Newsagents podcast he refers to, but I know Mr. Speaker will be pleased to hear that what is self-evident is what is said in this House, not on podcasts. And the Prime Minister was very clear on the government's position yesterday in relation to a single market and a customs union, whilst also improving our trading and security relationships, which is what we'll continue to deliver on.
Mr. Speaker. The agreement in May included the restoration of the UK's country-specific steel quota, but in October, of course, we saw new measures from the EU on steel protection. So does the government expect that we will be honoured in the Article 28 gap process around those quotas, and will we see trade measures set out prior to the steel strategy?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. My colleague, the Minister for the Cabinet Office, he will understand in discussions with counterparts in the European Union about the changing global landscape for steel. This government is very clear that we should protect British steel and our capabilities to produce steel in the UK while supporting exports and making sure that British steel is not undercut by cheap global imports from around the world.
Alex Burkhardt, Shadow Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that people will be pleased to hear that the Labour Party are going to honour some of its manifesto commitments. Last week, it was announced that the government's attempt to join the new EU Defence Fund had failed. This is a major setback for our relationship with the EU, and it's a major embarrassment for the government. But since that time, no minister has come to the House to explain what on earth has gone so horribly wrong. So perhaps the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster can tell us what has gone so horribly wrong.
Well, the first thing, Mr. Speaker, to say is that regardless of the negotiation on SAFE, our collaboration with European partners is stronger than ever on defence collaboration and defence procurement. In relation to SAFE in particular, as the honourable member asked, this was always going to be a negotiation between the EU and the UK, and the UK government would rightly have to consider value for money considerations in return for how much access British industry would have to those contracts being negotiated in Europe. Irrespective of the position on SAFE, I can confirm to the House that UK companies will still be able to take part in European procurement for defence equipment with an up to 35% allowance for British components in those manufactured goods.
Well, I sort of admire the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster's chutzpah in answering that. He is to sort of pretend that this in some way was not a defeat but a victory. But many more such victories and we are lost. The House will remember that in May, Number 10 trumpeted a new agreement with the EU, which gave the EU privileged access to our fishing waters for 12 years. 12 years, Mr. Speaker. In return, in order to, and I quote, pave the way for the UK defence industry to participate in the EU's proposed new defence fund. So now the EU have killed off that deal with what the Chancellor rightly describes as an unreasonable demand for £5 billion. Are we going to get our fish back?
The honourable member will know that the agreement with the European Union was not just on one particular issue, it was a package of improvements between the relationship between the UK and the EU. And he might want to recognise and welcome the agreement on food and drink regulation reform so that we can get prices down on the shelves in British supermarkets after they went through the roof under the Conservative administration in the last government.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Following threats from Donald Trump, earlier this week, the government announced that between £3 and £6 billion each year will be diverted from our NHS services into the pockets of pharmaceutical giants. The American Health Secretary, RFK Jr., said the agreement shows Trump's courage and leadership in demanding these reforms and that he puts Americans first. This will give no comfort to my Hazel Grove constituents who rightly value our NHS and want to see it thrive. Does the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster agree that we are more isolated from our European allies following Brexit, making us far too vulnerable to the threat of American tariffs? What will it take for the government to rethink their red lines, protect the British people from further bullying from the White House by agreeing a bespoke UK-EU customs union with our European neighbours?
The agreement that has been reached on pharmaceuticals is a win for the United Kingdom. We have an enormously important sector for pharmaceutical research and development and production in the United Kingdom, who export many of their products to the American market. So to have agreed the tariff arrangements with the United States is a win for UK pharma and for people who work in it. And I would just point to the fact that the UK's relationship with the United States, thanks to our Prime Minister, has been one of the most productive relationships in the world in securing trade and security agreements both for the UK and to support our allies around the world.
It's just smart.
I note the Chancellor's response, and it may well be good for the pharma industry. My question was about whether it was good for the NHS. Just 4 days ago, the Prime Minister said that the Brexit deal has significantly hurt our economy and that we have to keep moving towards a closer relationship with the EU. I agree with the Prime Minister on this. A clear and welcome step for jobs and for growth would be to create a bespoke customs union with the EU. The Lib Dems want to cut unnecessary red tape, support British businesses and deliver sustainable long-term economic growth. I am sure the Chancellor does too. I agree with him in his remarks earlier on what happens in this House matters. So will he at least agree not to block his colleagues on the government benches from backing my Liberal Democrat friend, the Honourable Member for Surrey Heath's 10-minute rule bill next Wednesday, setting a path towards a bespoke EU-UK customs union?
Sorry, honestly, you can't go on and on. In fairness, we have to limit the amount of time we've got. I'm sure he's got at least 3 of the questions.
There's obviously a great deal of interest, Mr. Speaker, on the Liberal Democrat benches for their 10-minute rule bill, which I look forward to reading in due course.
Andrew Rossum.
Question 14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government recently introduced the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill to strengthen the resilience of UK critical national infrastructure. Yesterday, I visited BT, who've worked with the National Cybersecurity Centre to block almost 1 billion attempts to access malicious content in just 6 months. In the spring, the government will publish a business-first national cyber action plan, and we've already engaged with over 400 stakeholders as part of its development.
Andrew Rossum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom is increasingly and uniquely vulnerable to malicious cyber activity targeting national infrastructure, democratic institutions, including Parliament itself. So, these do pose a serious risk to our national security. Experts have warned of a critical data leak, new scale of severe blackouts, transport disruption, and even government being brought to a halt. So, what action is his department taking to ensure that government is prepared and sufficiently resourced to meet this pernicious national security threat?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I understand why the honourable gentleman raises this issue, and he's right to do so. The government takes the threats that we face incredibly seriously. It was one of the reasons why the Prime Minister took the decision back in September to ensure that the Security Minister sits across both the Cabinet Office and the Home Office, so we are better placed as a government to coordinate our national security response in the areas that he's outlined. I can give him and the House an absolute assurance of the seriousness with which we attach these issues. We take them very seriously and we're working at pace to address them.
Bradley Thomas.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
In this country, at present, millions of people cannot access public services online, and millions lack IDs that they need to go about their daily lives. That is the status quo, and we will not accept it. That's why we're introducing a new national digital credential free for everyone over 16 that will be inclusive, secure and useful. This will involve a massive digital inclusion drive to ensure the system works for everyone, including those who don't have smartphones, are elderly or are less digitally confident, so that everyone will benefit from simpler, safer and more secure access to public services.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thank the Minister for his scripted answer. Digital ID is a terrible idea. If the government is going to pursue it, what assurances can the Minister give me in a tiny little bit of detail around what the government is going to do to ensure that those who, through lack of technological skills, financial exclusion, are not disadvantaged from accessing government services?
Well, let me be clear about the status quo that his party left behind after they left office, which was that millions of people right now are digitally excluded from accessing public services, and millions of people lack the identity credentials they need to access those public services too. We will not accept that. We will make sure that post offices, libraries and a whole range of physical places in the communities people live in are able to be used to access this new digital credential, getting people online in a way that they were left behind by the last government.
Question number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Resilience Action Plan sets out how we will lead a conversation with the public on resilience. Our evidence gathering included consultation with organisations who represent disproportionately impacted groups to ensure that our approach to resilience reflects the characteristics of the whole of the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister explain to the House the importance of exercises like Pegasus and outline how Pegasus has supported this government's efforts to improve our national resilience for future pandemics?
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. The Government remains committed to learning the lessons from the COVID inquiry to protect and prepare us for the future. In line with the inquiry's recommendations for pandemic response exercising, Exercise Pegasus has been the largest simulation of a pandemic in UK history, involving ministers, the devolved governments and representation from arm's-length bodies. We will communicate the findings and lessons from this exercise in due course, as recommended by the inquiry.
Shirley Maynard.
Question number 19, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This Labour Government is proud to be taking historic steps to end child poverty. We are extending eligibility for free school meals to all children in households receiving universal credit next September in an unprecedented boost for children. And that is going to benefit over 500,000 more children, put around £500 back into parents' pockets every year. We believe every child can better fulfil their potential if they're well fed, nourished and ready to learn in their school day.
Shirley Maynard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As many as 11% of pupils are missing out on free school meals that they're entitled to, in many cases not being registered for reasons such as a fear of stigma or language barriers. In my Witney constituency, that means around 230 children from the most disadvantaged homes may be missing out on a hot, healthy meal to get them through the school day. Council pilots of auto-enrolment have been shown to be effective, and if implemented nationwide, this will make a huge difference to struggling families, and it has overwhelming support from parents. So my question to the Minister is, what's the hold-up?
I thank the honourable gentleman. We want to ensure that all families can claim the support they're entitled to, and also recognise there's some great best practice happening around the country. So we'll continue to keep this under review. But by broadening the criteria to everyone on universal credit, it's going to be a lot easier for those to know that they're accessible for this. And I just want to, I'm sure the honourable gentleman is excited as we are on this side of the House for the child poverty strategy that is going to be published later this week, and look forward to many more exciting opportunities in that to lift our children out of poverty and give them the future they deserve.
Lots of topicals. Kenneth Stevens.
Another one, Mr Speaker.
Secretary Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since I last addressed the House, the Prime Minister announced the new Office for the Impact Economy based in the Cabinet Office. From building affordable homes to giving children up and down the country the best start in life, social enterprises and community foundations are fundamental to delivering the change this government was elected to deliver. Changing lives for the better happens from the ground up as well as the top down. The Office for the Impact Economy will allow these organisations to engage with government directly to get the support they need, and it will help public funding work harder by bringing philanthropists and other social investors together with communities that need investment. Mr Speaker, I look forward to updating the House further on this issue in due course.
Kenneth Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can he confirm that while passengers are experiencing short-term pain with long waits as the EU entry-exit system becomes fully operational, his department is working to ensure the agreement obtained by this Labour government to allow British access to e-gates, which in the long term will cut queues and improve the travelling experience for my constituents in Airdrie and Shorts and beyond?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? As he knows, British passport holders will be able to use e-gates across Europe, allowing for more time to be spent on holiday and less time held up in queues. This is a positive step forward in expanding our access across the EU, and my honourable friend, the Minister for the Cabinet Office, is working with individual member states to make this happen as soon as possible.
Secretary Alex Burker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A few weeks ago, I wrote to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster about Chinese ownership of critical national infrastructure, including the possible acquisition of Thames Water. I haven't had a reply, but since then, the Telegraph has been briefed by the government that he would block such an acquisition. So I was wondering if he could confirm to the House that he will use his powers under the National Security and Investment Act to launch an investigation before any Chinese acquisition of Thames Water is allowed to proceed.
Mr Speaker, the House will know that because of the quasi-judicial powers that I have under the National Security and Investment Act, I can't comment on individual transactions. What I can assure him of, though, is that we are always willing to use those powers to protect the national interests and the national security of this country. I don't recognise those briefings to the Telegraph, but I will ensure that he gets an answer to his correspondence shortly.
Alex Burkhardt.
Well, somebody was briefing in the right honourable gentleman's name. On the same theme, and I thank him for his answer, on the same theme, the electricity distribution network for London and much of the South East, as well as the gas distribution network for about 5 million people in our country and the water supply for about another 3 million, are currently under Chinese ownership. This includes the power supply for the Palace of Westminster, for Whitehall and for many security capabilities. Will the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster tell us, has he reviewed the national security implications of these legacy acquisitions, and if not, will he commit to do so?
I can reassure the honourable member in the House that we constantly keep critical national infrastructure risks under review and will take interventions as required to protect the national interest and national security of the United Kingdom.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was clear this week that the wild promises of Brexit have hurt our economy, eroded trust in politics, and that there is no credible economic future for Britain without a closer relationship with the European Union. I completely agree. So can the Minister set out when he expects a youth experience scheme will be agreed and confirm that we will seek to rejoin Erasmus on terms that ensure our young people from all backgrounds can access opportunities across the European Union?
Can I thank him for that question? As I said earlier, we are in the process of negotiating on the EU youth experience scheme, something which came out of the agreement earlier in the year. We are also seeking associate membership on Erasmus. These are just two of the examples of how we're going to try and take a much closer relationship with the EU that benefits young people, benefits the economy and benefits cultural exchange.
Terrible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I just want to echo the concerns of the member for Orkney and Shetland. The Paymaster General really must meet with the EFRA Select Committee on the SPS agreement. Meeting with the chair in private is not enough. But when it comes to Europe and negotiating deals, the devil is always in the detail. And looking at the fisheries negotiation, I know this is an area the government struggles with. Given that Switzerland will be paying €375 million a year, and it seems like we're going to have to pay for the privilege to be a rule taker once more, can the Minister actually clarify exactly how much he considers an appropriate financial contribution paid to the EU to be?
Mr. Speaker, we will always negotiate in Britain's interest and ensure that there's value for money for the taxpayer and benefit for the UK economy. And I can just confirm to the House that not only has my honourable friend, the Minister for the Cabinet Office, agreed to meet with the chair of the DEFRA Select Committee, that the relevant Minister from DEFRA will also be appearing to give evidence in the normal way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister set out the steps that he is taking to support small and medium businesses in Banbury with public procurement?
He's right, SMEs are the backbone of our economy, and we are looking at reforming procurement rules to do everything we can to make sure that the £400 billion a year we spend on this does everything possible to help small businesses. We consulted in the summer, including on late payments and reforming social value. We're going to bring forward a package of reforms shortly on this.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Speaker, can I take the Security Minister back to the subject of the security of undersea cables? He may know that in Shetland we've had 2 catastrophic breakages this year as a result of fishing boats breaking the cables. It has now become clear that there is no basic sharing of information between the government and cable companies. So the cable company there had to put in a freedom of information request to get VMS data. Surely we can do better than that.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for raising this. I'll look very carefully what he said, and I'm very happy to meet to discuss it further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I'm proud to represent York, a city that works hard, has excellent connectivity, 2 unis, and of course the York Central project, which includes a major GPA building. Does my honourable friend agree it's about time more civil service jobs moved out of London and into York, which is ideally placed to deliver graft and common sense in equal measure?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our great civil service serves the citizens from across the UK, so it should look like them, sound like them, and come from the same towns, cities, regions and nations as the communities it serves. Through our Places for Growth programme, we're moving more roles from London to locations across the UK, including York, where there are already 2,600 civil servants working across numerous departments, including DEFRA.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Information Commissioner's Office has revealed that Lord Ali's pass to number 10 was requested by a staff member of the Labour Party. Was it the Prime Minister's then Chief of Staff that made this request?
I don't know, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support of transport operators in North Warwickshire and Bedworth, what discussions has the Minister had with EU counterparts on securing a professional driver exemption from the 90-180-day Schengen travel restrictions for UK HGV and coach drivers?
Can I thank her for a question? And I do recognise the importance of this to her constituents. Of course, amendments to Schengen rules are predominantly a a matter for member states. But the Minister for the Cabinet Office does have discussions with counterparts in the EU on a regular basis, and I'll make sure he's aware of his concerns and raise them.
Lincoln Chop.
Mr. Speaker, last week the National Security Advisor was due to appear before the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy. Did he? And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the National Security Advisor did appear in front of the committee, but it was a private session.
Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, through the Our Town deal and the Military Investment Task Force, Our Town is already working hard to attract private investment, but we see a real opportunity to go even further by bringing in socially minded investors too to back local growth. Can the Chief Secretary provide some more updates to the House about what steps he is taking through the Office for the Impact Economy to connect social investors with our town so that we can realise our full potential?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question and congratulate him for securing so much investment in his constituency. The Office for the Impact Economy will be working with philanthropists and social investors, as well as corporate givers and others, to support programmes led by the government, such as Pride in Place and other public investments, to deliver a better bang for our buck and a renewal of communities across the country, including in Bletchley. And I look forward to working with my honourable friend in delivering on that promise of change.
Here's Weil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Cabinet Office has an important role to play in publishing data to enable the public to track the government's performance. So does the Chief Secretary agree it would be helpful to have data on the number of prisoners wrongly released every day by the Justice Secretary?
I will ensure that my honourable friend, the Minister for the Secretary of State for Justice, forgive me, will receive his question, and maybe he can raise it again in MOJ questions when they come round.
Charlie Jurist.
Tomorrow will mark a year to the day since the government launched the Plan for Change to great fanfare, with its milestones, its mission boards, its dashboards that never materialised. And we now find out the 5 mission boards have been deleted from the latest list of cabinet committees. Has there been any change at all on the Plan for Change?
Well, I welcome the introduction of the Plan for Change to the debate today, Mr. Speaker, because he's as excited as I am about the promise of change being delivered. 5 interest rate cuts, mortgage rates coming down, wages growing faster than the cost of living for many, many times, NHS waiting list down not by 2 million but 3, 4 and 5 million pounds, a better start in life for young people across the country.
Should not be quiet in the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister doesn't know who in the Labour Party signed off on Lord Ali's pass to number 10. It's an important question. Please could you find out and write to me and tell me who?
I will certainly do my best, Mr. Speaker.
You, Mr. Speaker, further to the question from the honourable member for Cambridge, most food security in Northern Ireland comes from a lack of food, or a lack of money, not the lack of food. Can I ask what discussions the Minister has had with the counterparts in Northern Ireland in relation to improving the root causes of food insecurity amongst all of our constituents? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I know that through the Finance Interministerial and the Interministerial Standing Committee, leaders and relevant ministers discuss a whole range of issues relevant to Northern Ireland, I think including this with colleagues from DEFRA and others. I'm always very happy to have those conversations with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister if that is of help.
I'm going to have to suspend the House till 10:30. House suspended. Now resume. Urgent question. David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister if she will make a statement about the cancellation of the local election schedule for May 2026.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me respond to the question directly. Local elections, council elections will go ahead in 2026. That has been our position. That continues to be our position. Now, as a responsible government, you would expect that if there are extenuating circumstances on the ground in particular councils, we will have that conversation with them. But we are as up for elections as anyone else. What, Mr. Speaker, this is about is our commitment to devolution. It is about the creation of strategic authorities and mayors who can unlock the economic potential of their areas and deliver for their communities. That will always be our guiding star. That will always be our lodestar in every decision we make around devolution. So I am pleased to confirm the long-term funding offer to 6 areas in the devolution priority programme. Once mayors are in post, the 6 mayoral strategic authorities will receive close to 200 million collectively per year for the next 30 years for their investment fund. This way, we ensure our mayors, our strategic authorities have the strong foundation in order to unlock the growth potential that we can see in every part of the country. Now, the government recognises that mayoral strategic authorities are most successful when they are built on the strong history of partnership and joint delivery. This is what we've seen in our established mayoralties in Greater Manchester, in Liverpool and across the country. So the devolution priority programme areas have already made huge progress towards establishing their strategic authority. We want to allow for meaningful period of a time between the establishment of the strategic authority and the mayoral elections. Now, we are also conscious that these places are simultaneously undergoing local government reorganisation whilst building these new institutions. Therefore, the government is minded to hold the inaugural mayoral elections for Sussex and Brighton, Hampshire and the Solent, Norfolk and Suffolk and Greater Essex in May 2028, so that these areas have the opportunity to conclude their local government reorganisation, to build strong, effective unitaries, which is what we want to see, and to establish their strategic authority before their mayor takes post. These mayoral inaugural elections will take place, but what we are determined to do in the time being is to work with those areas so that we're providing capacity funding, so that we're building these institutions, so that we're strengthening their partnership and joint working to deliver for their communities. Mr. Speaker, I come back to the thing at the heart of everything we will do is to unlock the potential of areas, build strong institutions that can do that job and work in partnership with them to achieve this.
Davidson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know we share a value for local democracy. Last week, the Secretary of State told the House in response to a question from my friend, honourable friend, the member for Hamble Valley, that the government's intention is that all the elections scheduled for next May will go ahead next May. The following day, the Minister told the House that Labour is up for elections. Our clear intention is to press ahead with elections next year. The decision to postpone elections is never taken lightly. And she went on to tell the House that the reason the government was resisting our amendment to ensure those elections went ahead was because it didn't allow for extenuating circumstances such as a pandemic at national level or exceptional circumstances locally. So the question, Mr. Speaker, given that we are all ready for and expecting the elections and have taken this government at its word, the ambiguity that the Minister has created has caused a huge amount of doubt, created significant cost and logistical challenges at a local level in changing the type of elections, the process for nominating candidates, the process for recruiting electoral canvassers, ensuring that we have the right polling station staff and that they are prepared to arrange that election on schedule. So this is a huge waste of public money for elections that we are all ready for. So may I ask the Minister if she can tell the House, given her previous comments about circumstances in which council elections would be cancelled and the looming deadlines which electoral officers have to face, when will she make a decision and what process will she follow in determining whether the planned council elections will go ahead? When will the government brief the House on the timetable for the elections of mayors, which it made central to its budget last week? And will she ask the OBR to update its budget forecast, given the massive impact that this dithering and delay will have to the budget's clearly set out plans for housing, infrastructure, the Children Wellbeing and Schools Bill and NHS reorganisation?
Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important that we distinguish between two things. Local council elections, where we have been absolutely consistent. Elections are happening in 2026. We're cracking on with it. We are getting ready for them. I hope the party opposite and the party there are getting ready for them. We will crack on with them. But, these are inaugural mayoral elections. They are inaugural mayoral elections. The elections are predicated on us laying a statutory instrument, which we are still to lay, and us having the consent of constituent authorities. And it is absolutely right that we take stock of where we are and the process that we're asking places to get through to ensure that at the end of this, we have strong unitary councils who are going through that process of reorganisation, we have strong strategic authorities, and then we have a mayor. I think that is absolutely the right and rational decision. And there is a clear distinction that I would ask the House to make between local council elections, which are scheduled and run to a rhythm, and inaugural mayoral elections, which we've not had before. On the point of the economics, I'm going to give the honourable member the benefit of taking the question seriously, even though it's a completely ridiculous question. So we are committed to unlocking the economic potential of those areas. So we want to crack ahead with strategic authorities. We want to lay the SI so that we can get the strategic authorities set up in the time frame that we have been negotiating and agreeing with places. We are committed to that long-term investment. We will bring forward a proportion of that investment into next year and the year after in the transition so that places can get on with their investment pipeline, they can get on with their programme. At the heart of this, I will keep coming to this, Mr. Speaker, is a determination on this side of the House to work with every part of the country to unlock the economic potential. We will do that in good faith. We will do that without playing politics. We will do that in partnership with any leader, no matter which party. And I hope all members across the House will approach this in the same spirit.
Select Committee, Florence Session-Lobby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Shadow Minister for bringing this UK and for the Minister for responding. I think it is right that when we see real change, it's about having mayoral candidates rooted in their community with that increase in power and funding so that they can deliver. There are many issues and challenges across local government, which we all talk about, from SEN, from temporary accommodation to children's social care. These are big issues that our councillors are dealing with day in, day out. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of November, the Secretary of State told our HCLG Select Committee that he did not think that local government reorganisation was taking longer than planned and that elections scheduled for May would be going ahead. But we find ourselves yet less than a month later, the Minister is now saying that more time is needed for local government reorganisation in those new areas. And I think given that we are less than 6 months out, can the Minister reassure the House that in confirming that the local elections will be going ahead, in the areas where we're seeing the unitary changes and the reorganisation process, that there will not be any more additional delays? This will have an impact for local people as well, who may be worried about their jobs. This will have an impact on the people working hard on these areas. So it's really vital we get clarity from the government on those areas where unitarisation is carrying on.
Thank you to my honourable friend. And she's right to point that this is about local people and this is about delivering for local people. And let me reassure her that is the thing that is at the very heart of everything that we are doing, that same concern, that same commitment. This isn't about shifting the timescales for local government reorganisation. We are proceeding on the same timescales. We have authorities across the country who are putting in proposals, who are working to the timescales agreed, and we are committed to holding that. This is about devolution in a subset of the areas that are going through local government reorganisation. It pertains to 4 functional areas that are going through the process simultaneously. So not just the creation of unitaries, which lots of the other areas are having to do, but also the creation of strategic authorities and mayors at the same time. And it is absolutely right that we take stock and we create the space for them to do each of those things in a time that ensures that at the end of it, we have institutions that are strong and work well. So we want to ensure that we are taking forward local government reorganisation at the timescale that we have agreed and we've talked about with our partners on the ground. We then want to make sure that strategic authorities are created with the timescales that we've talked about and agreed with our partners on the ground. What this is proposing is that we are minded to push the elections of the mayor to 2028 so that we can ensure the unitaries are set up and working well, ensure that we've got strategic authorities and we have that partnership working well, and then we have the inaugural elections. I think that is a completely rational and sensible place to be, and we are going to try to do it in lockstep with the areas on the ground.
Zoe Franklin, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this incredibly important, urgent question. I'm sure colleagues across this House will have been as shocked as me to read in the media last night that the 4 priority strategic areas had had their elections cancelled and postponed till 2028, especially given the reassurances to this House that have been referenced by other MPs. Will the Minister explain why yet again information about election cancellations has been announced to the press and Council Chief Executives ahead of MPs? Why has the Government chosen to cancel these important elections, a fundamental part of our democracy, and not told has told the media and not Parliament first? I also wondered if the Minister could provide clarity. I am very concerned about funding for local authorities. The Government has repeatedly spoken about how important mayoral strategic authorities are to unlocking investment and funding for authorities. So, my question is, why is the Government limiting investment funding for the next 2 years, releasing it only 1/3 at a time, when local and upper-tier authority leaders have already agreed shared priorities? If mayors must work collaboratively with other local authority leaders and there's a consensus on where investment is needed, why won't the Government not release the funding now? Why will they hold that back by delay elections? These authorities need the money now. Will the Government provide reassurance?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very, very, very clear. Firstly, it was not us that briefed the media about this, and we cannot control what other parties do. We always wanted to do the job of making sure that we were updating the House, updating members, as well as local authorities. But it's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly important to be very clear. This is not about cancellation of elections. These are inaugural elections. These are inaugural elections. There are inaugural elections which are subject to a statutory instrument being laid, and they're subject to consent. And at the moment, the Government, for all the reasons that I have set out, are minded to have those elections in 2028, and we will work with the local authorities impacted to get our consent to do that. On the fundamental point about investment, look, we are as committed to investment as the Honourable Lady. This is why we have announced 200 million over the next 30 years to those areas. We are urging all areas to produce their investment pipeline because we want to see things happening on the ground. We've committed to 1/3, but we will continue to work with areas to make sure that if they have viable investable proposition, government is walking hand in hand, side by side with them in order to unlock that. It's good for the areas, but fundamentally it's good for the growth of the economy and it's good for national government.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to be blunt, as I usually am. We need to be better than this. Yeah. Local leaders across the political spectrum worked in good faith. They put aside self-interest and differences, and they did everything asked of them to secure a better settlement for the people that they represent. They reasonably expected the government to do the same. The postponed elections last year were to allow these mayoral elections to be agreed, to be consulted on, for the statutory test to be met, for funding to be confirmed, all of which was done, with just the legislation being laid for the May 26 polling day. That's why Labour and other parties have already selected their candidates. The government had a moral and a legal obligation to honour its side of the bargain. Following a statutory process, all involved had a reasonable expectation that these elections would go ahead. And the government knows that trust is hard won, but it's easily squandered. But given we are where we are, can the Minister confirm that the planned mayoral elections will go ahead as planned in Cheshire and Warrington and Cumbria in 2027? And finally, can the Minister update the House on the progress of the Lancashire Devolution deal, which was due to be presented by autumn this year, given we're now in winter?
Thank you to my honourable friend and for the huge amount of work that I know he put into getting us to this place, and the fact that we're in a position where we have devolution deals, where we have places that are undergoing the process of local government reorganisation with the good faith that he talks about is a testimony to the work that he has done. But it is absolutely right, as a new ministerial team coming in, that we look at the facts and we look at where we are and we make a judgment. And ultimately, the thing that drives him and the decisions that he made with colleagues and that drives us and the decisions that we are making is to ensure that at the end of this, when we look back in 2030, we have got effective, powerful councils, unitaries across the country that are delivering for their people. We have strategic authorities that are built on strong partnership working, because we know that's the thing that is critical for unlocking development, and we have powerful mayors. So our objectives are the same. With every area I speak to, the objectives are the same. And our judgment is that if we give ourselves some breathing room to do that and go through that process with those places, with the time required, we will be better and stronger on the other side of this. We will do this in partnership with local areas. We are talking. I spoke to every single leader directly, personally yesterday. We are going to do this with partnership because there is a common agenda at the end of this. But it is absolutely right that the responsibility of me, my responsibility, the responsibility of this government is to make sure that we are doing everything to ensure the process delivers to the outcome that I think members across the House adhere to.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
The government could have done this right and come to Parliament with a statement today. Instead, once again, we wake up to overnight briefings. Cancelling elections is always a bad idea, and there's a real suspicion the government is worried about being trounced in elections. May I just make a local point, though, about Lincolnshire, which is now in complete chaos because the government has already forced an unloved office of mayor on us. We don't know what's going to happen. Our friends in North East Lincolnshire have withdrawn from the whole process. The member for Lincoln wants to carve West Lindsey, my district, in half by creating Greater Lincoln. The County Council has a different proposal under Reform leadership. Nobody knows what's going on. Just put local democracy first and allow the people of Lincolnshire to have the system of local government they love and they know with district councils, and stop throwing everything up in the air and wasting so much money.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I reiterate again, these are inaugural elections and therefore we are not cancelling those elections. But these are inaugural elections that were always subject to us laying a statutory instrument and subject to the consent of places and consent to the place but to his specific point about local government reorganisation. It is really important that we bring the House back to why we are going through this process of local government reorganisation. We're not doing it because it's fun. We're not doing it for the sake of it. We are doing it because of the state of local government that the party opposite left. Absolutely. Take responsibility. The fact, decade and a half of underinvestment in local government on their knees, ducking the decisions that the party opposite had to make. Now we are gripping the mantle, and at the heart of the reorganisation process is a simple premise that we want stronger unitaries. We believe that is the way in which we can organise services to deliver for communities. The party opposite should have got a grip and done it themselves. They didn't, they ducked it. We are now the ones that are having to pick that up. So I will not have members across the House talking to me about the pros and cons of reorganisation. We are doing it because we understand that we want to. If they were more serious, they would have cracked on and got on with it themselves.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the additional £21.7 million per year announced today for the Cheshire and Warrington Combined Authority, something that I know my honourable friend on the front bench, the member for Chester North and Neston, has campaigned for many, many years. Our region has massive untapped potential in life sciences, in chemical manufacturing and digital, and for too long we've watched while our friends in the Liverpool City region and Greater Manchester have been able to build a transport network, a skills strategy that's fit for the 21st century. Does she agree with me that this is the difference that a Labour government makes?
Thank you to my honourable friend, and thank you for pointing out the funding. And just so the House records it. Let me say what we are investing in. So absolutely in Cheshire and Warrington Combined Authority, 21.7 million. Cumbria, 11.1 million. Greater Essex, 41.5 million. Hampshire and the Solent, 44.6 million. Norfolk and Suffolk, 37.4 million. Sussex and Brighton, 38 million. This is about investment in places. At the heart of this is about resources, and this is about power, so that local leaders can work in partnership to deliver for their people. I'm not going to apologise for that. That is absolutely the right thing. And again, I will come back to this every single time. At the heart of everything we are doing is to ensure that we have got strong institutions that can deliver for their people. Because the legacy, and I know the party doesn't like me to talk about the legacy, but the legacy that we have for huge swathes of our country held back, growth held back, investment held back. Now that is not a reality that we are willing to contend with, which is why we are doing the hard yards and the graft in order to unlock powerful institutions that can deliver for their people. The party opposite can bluster all they like, but at the heart of this is about investment in places. We are committed to this. It's a shame that the party opposite failed to do that.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I could scarcely believe it last year when the county council elections in Essex and elsewhere were postponed for a year. So clearly there is no reason at all why they can't go ahead in 2026, although I know the local Conservative administration is fiercely opposed to that. But the whole local government reorganisation is a dog's dinner. The public don't understand what's going on. You're asking people in Clacton to vote in local elections year after year after year. You're telling them we're going to get rid of a district council that they know and understand and respect and replace it with a pretty amorphous unitary authority. So, if that is going to go ahead, clearly it is, I don't like it, but clearly it is, you need a senior elected figure.
Order.
And we need a mayor.
Order. 3 times the honourable gentleman used the word you. I'm not imposing or cancelling elections anyway. Minister. Oh, no. And the point of urgent questions is we do need to have short questions. The Liberal Democrat frontbencher will have been limited in time. Please can members make their questions succinct, and the Minister too.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me reiterate again, we are committed to moving forward with local elections, council elections next year. Look, on the fundamental question of local government reorganisation and the question that the honourable member raised, what I would say is at the heart of local government reorganisation, as I've said time and time again in the House, is about creating strong, effective councils that can deliver for their community. Now, I know that is a concept that is difficult for the Reform Party, given the absolute shambles that we're seeing in the councils that they control, whether that is Kent or Staffordshire. I know the idea of strong, effective institutions delivering for their country is something that is 100 miles away from their understanding of what the point of government is. But let me reassure him on this. We are absolutely committed to democracy. We are absolutely committed to strong institutions, and we're committed to working with all councils to make sure they are delivering for their people.
Dame Chianwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The North East has perhaps the strongest sense of regional identity in the country and benefits immensely from the brilliant Labour Mayor Kim McGuinness, who has the powers, the devolved powers and funding to make a real difference to the lives of the people of the North East. And I know the Minister is working hard to devolve more powers and critically more funding. Does the Minister agree with me that it is critical that that sense of identity, the strong institutions, the funding and the powers are in place for mayors to be successful?
Thank you to my honourable friend for raising that absolutely fundamental point. So, look, we have now had, coming on to a decade and a half, 2 decades of mayors and working alongside their places. And the lesson, whether we're looking at Greater Manchester, whether we're looking at the North East, whether we're looking at Liverpool City region, is where you have that strong sense of identity, where you have strong constituent authorities, where you have effective partnership working and common ground in terms of what you are achieving for your people in your place, the model is powerful. And what we are absolutely committed and determined to do as a government is to make sure that we are building the foundations to get there. We want every part of the country to be able to have a powerful executive as Kim, in the North East, working alongside really strong local authorities, investing in delivering for their people. That's our commitment. That is what we're going to work through. And we will take sensible, pragmatic decisions to make sure that is the outcome we achieve by 2030.
Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I disagree with all of this. I believe in strong local councils that are truly democratic and reflect local communities. My amendment last week was about my own borough of Havering, which has an identity linked to Essex. Now, will this delay, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow the Minister to re-look at the possibility of Havering being part of Greater Essex, with certain conditions I accept, and not being part of Greater London? If there were a referendum in my borough, I've no doubt the people of my constituency would rather be linked to Essex than to Inner London. So will she please reconsider the arrangements for my borough of Havering?
Thank you to the honourable member for that. Look, what I would say is we have seen the huge impact that the GLA and the Mayor has had in London. London is one of the most successful. London is one of the most successful cities in the world because of that strong basis. And I think it's a tragedy that the honourable member doesn't want to be part of this vibrant city. I certainly am incredibly proud to be a Londoner under a London GLA and a London Mayor. But look, to the more fundamental question, the approach that we have consistently tried to take, both with local government reorganisation, I know the party like to refute this, but also with devolution, is we will try to work hand in glove with places and ensure that places can come up with proposals that work for their patch. The whole premise of devolution is that local leaders and their people know what is best for them. So whether that is defining their boundaries, whether that is defining their boundaries, which is why in the context of local government reorganisation we've said to places, come forward with your proposals based on conversations that you've had with your people and your place, or it is in the context of devolution, where again, places have come together and said, this is the functional geography that makes sense for us. We will always take that approach because ultimately we believe that local people know their patch best and it is our job to enable them.
Fox.
Deputy Speaker, I'm very glad to hear that local council elections will go ahead in 2026. I also welcome the significant investment into the 6 priority new mayoral areas. Also welcome the fact that Greater Essex, my part of the world, will have the opportunity to complete much needed local government reform before we elect our inaugural Mayor of Essex. Can she confirm when that new investment will land with councils who were so badly underfunded by the previous government?
Thank you to my honourable member. Again, I think it's important that we keep coming back to the investment. We are committed that in the transition period, so over the course of the next 2 years, that we will be bringing forward investment so that we know that Greater Essex, we know that places in the priority programme have already started putting together their investment pipeline. We want to allow them to crack on and start getting on with things now, so we will be working with them to unlock investment next year and the year after so that they can deliver for their people.
Greg Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. To describe this as a dog's dinner is offensive to the makers of pedigree chum. The deferral of the elections in Hampshire will delay major strategic infrastructure planning, such as the Wrecklesham bypass in my constituency. It will deprive the people of Hampshire of an excellent mayor in Donna Jones, but most importantly, it's an affront to democracy. Now, the Minister will know that my seats are cross-border Hampshire and Surrey seats. Can I ask her 3 questions? First of all, will the unitary authority elections in Surrey go ahead as planned next year? Secondly, will the Hampshire unitary authority elections also go ahead rapidly? And finally, will we getting mayor for Surrey?
Minister.
Thank you to the honourable member. So, Surrey elections will go ahead as planned. We are moving forward with the Hampshire elections as planned. The mayoral elections, obviously, for Hampshire and Solent, we are now minded to move to 28. And to your question of Surrey, look, our ambition is to have mayors all across the country. We will move at the pace that places are ready so that we prioritise building strong partnership through strategic authorities and then mayors. But the intention, because we have learnt the lesson of what mayors can do, is to have mayors, but it is also to have strong, powerful foundation authorities.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all agree on this side of the House that we want power brought closer to our communities, and I've been clear in my backing for proper devolution in Norfolk and effective local government reorganisation with 3 unitaries. However, now the mayoral elections have been postponed, can she assure us that Norfolk and Suffolk aren't going to lose out on investment, whether it's through funding that has gone to mayoral combined authorities, and that we will be having a seat at the table in the next 3 years until 2028 to ensure that our area does not lose out?
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend. Absolutely. This is why we are announcing the 37.4 million per year. This is also why we are committing to bringing forward some of that investment up front. But critically, we are absolutely committed to working with strategic authorities to ensure that we are unlocking new powers for them so they can get on and deliver for their people.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I need to draw the House's attention to my register of interest. I am a district councillor. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is such a shambles. We've got a local government sector on its knees as a result of decisions of the Conservatives and now the Labour Party. So much time and resource has been put into this by local government, by officers over the last year. Staff and venues for polling stations for these mayoral elections have already been booked. Does the Minister have any idea how much money has been spent on this in the last 12 months?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we are very clear that no area will be worse off through this, and we will work with areas. And again, I come back to the fact that we are talking about 4 areas within the Devolution Priority Programme, and we will work with them. We are providing capacity funding to all of those areas to help them with this process and to help them set up their institutions, and we are committed that they will be no worse off at the end of this.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, unlike many members on the opposite side of this House, I welcome this announcement. For I know that the people of Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket will want the government to get this right. Would the Minister agree with me that we are not cancelling anything? We are simply postponing the mayor's elections so that we can get this right.
Well said.
So that we will see the best of local democracy.
Thank you to my honourable friend. Yes. And look, it is easy. It is easy to plough on. It is easy to plough on. It is much better when you care about the outcome that you're trying to deliver, and you care about going through a process that ensures that at the end of it you have a strong local government, strong strategic authority and an effective mayor. That matters for the people that we are here to serve. And so I will never regret us taking decisions when that is at the very heart of it.
Jenkins.
And inconsistent decision that LGR and devolution is in a state of total chaos to impose a metropolitan concept on counties and counties and the countryside. Can she explain, for example, why it was logical to cancel the district council elections last year but not this year? Where is the logic in that? And isn't it about time that she got together with her colleagues and cancelled this whole process to save money so people can get back to their jobs of running better social services and filling in the potholes and delivering for their local communities, as the excellent tendering district council does?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So look, we believe in unitaries, and whether it's Cheshire or unitaries that we see across the country, we can see that it delivers for people. And at the heart of this, I come back to the reason we're doing this. And I come back to the fact that it is with some cheek that the party opposite can say status quo is fine. The status quo is not fine. It is your mess. Madam, this is not your mess. It is their mess. 14 years. 14 years. You should they should hang their heads in shame. So we are acting and responding because the status quo is neither sustainable nor desirable and will not deliver for the people that we are all here to serve.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my register of interest. It's disappointing that the Minister continues to refer to the Isle of Wight as the Solent, which is a body of water where nobody lives. Now, she says that our council elections will take place next year unless there are exceptional or extenuating circumstances. Please can she confirm unequivocally her plans for a mayor and local government review are not exceptional or extenuating circumstances sufficient to cancel our elections next May?
Minister.
Thank you to the honourable member. Look, we are clear, and I'll keep saying this, and we have consistently said this, we want to move forward with elections. The decision to delay the elections last year was not taken lightly, because ultimately we all believe in that democratic process. We all believe that it's absolutely right that leaders must face their electorate, and so we will never ever make that decision to cancel or delay an election lightly. There will have to be extenuating circumstances, but our plan at the moment, our determination at the moment, is that we crack on with local elections.
Josh Babarundi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A democracy where a government can unilaterally chop and change the date of an election on a whim ceases to be a democracy altogether. This is taking the people of Eastbourne and the people of Sussex for fools and must be resisted. But can the Minister at least confirm, give a cast-iron guarantee that the East Sussex County Council elections will take place in 2026? And can she also confirm that the mayoral election, now delayed until 2028, will take place under single transferable vote, not first past the post?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will confirm the devolution bill is coming through, so it will take place under single transferable vote. A statutory instrument will be laid that will lock into legislation the date of the mayoral election, subject to the consent of the councils that are the constituent councils that are involved in this. And as I've said consistently, we are determined to crack on with the elections because we believe in the democratic process as much as he does. But it is absolutely right that we will always create the space that if there are circumstances, extenuating circumstances, we reflect on those and we respond to those.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an utter dog's breakfast, entirely of the government's making. Will the Minister apologise to Tim Passmore and other mayoral candidates for cancelling the elections next year? And where will Norfolk and Suffolk get the £37.4 million investment fund promised if we have a mayor, not the £3 million of crumbs she's promised today?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, there will be candidates that have been elected, and I'm very happy to apologise to them. But I hope that on the other side of this, whoever is the mayor for that area will do that on the knowledge that they've got a strong unitary and they've got a strong strategic authority that is working in their interests. And if on the other side of it, it means that we have a more powerful mayor delivering for their place, based on that strong partnership, then I think it is absolutely worth it. We have to put the people that the mayor is there to serve first. And then on the investment, we're committed to the investment. Investment will come in place, the full investment fund will come in place once the mayor is elected, but because strategic authorities are able to, we're bringing forward some of that investment and we will work with those areas so they can begin delivering for their people.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month, the Secretary of State clearly said to the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee that elections will go ahead, both local and mayoral. He did not equivocate. He did not say there were ifs or buts. These elections were going ahead. Please can the Minister confirm why the Secretary of State appeared to mislead MPs and what steps will she ensure...
Or inadvertently mislead?
Inadvertently mislead, Madam Deputy Speaker. What steps will she ensure that her department, when they make future communications, MPs can trust and believe what they say?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to be very clear on record, the Secretary of State talked about council elections. I would urge the honourable member to go and look at the transcript because it was council elections, and I keep trying to make the distinctions between council elections and inaugural mayoral elections, which do not come in force until we have laid the SI and we have the consent of constituent authorities. And there is a distinction. We are determined to move ahead with local elections, but it is right that we have made a judgment on mayoral elections.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this development is cynical and scandalous. It ignores the democratic ethics and wider. The government are botching and rushing organisation for their own, with their elections this year, and now their cancelling of mayoral elections in Greater Essex and wider next year. When will this Labour government admit that they are treating voters with contempt and flying in the face of local democracy?
Madam Deputy Speaker, what I would say is we are as up for elections as the party opposite. Candidly, they have a little bit more to be worried about. But, on the substance of it, I bring him back to why we are doing this. Their failure, their lack of underinvestment in local government, their failure to get a grip of the fact that the status quo is not. We are now doing it. We are trying to do it in good faith and come back to the fact that at the heart of this is us trying to unitaries at functional level and a strong mayor, and I will not resign from that commitment.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister knew from day one that local government reorganisation and mayors were being done simultaneously, and she knew throughout the Bill Committee process for the Devolution Bill, so it's simply not credible to make this announcement now. But given the areas with delayed mayoral elections will be getting some funding brought forward, can she confirm that those areas excluded from Wave 1 of the programme, like Wessex, will now be able to access funding, given that we were told the reason we couldn't have any funding was we hadn't a mayor? Now that the mayors don't exist, that money should be given to other areas like Wessex as well.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, so we are absolutely committed to seeing the economic potential of all areas unlocked. And one of the things that I am very clear about is different places are at different stages of their journey to getting a mayor. And it is absolutely right that we ensure that those places can still access devolved funding, can still access powers in order to drive that. So we are very, very keen to work with areas across the area to encourage them to form strong strategic authorities and make sure that we are empowering those strategic authorities to deliver on the ground and to unlock growth.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Suffolk, people are just asking what on earth the government's playing at. At the moment, we're being asked to have county elections in 26, unitary elections in 27, and a mayoral election in 28. That said, elected politicians in a democracy should never be afraid of the voters. So can the Minister say to the House incredibly clearly that Suffolk's county council elections, already postponed once, will not be cancelled next May?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have said it time and time again, we will crack on with local council elections next year. But it is absolutely right that if there are extenuating circumstances and particular circumstances on the ground, that we reflect on that. But look, we absolutely recognise the democratic the necessity. Coming on for 7, we think it is right to face their voters, and that is our overriding starting premise. But of course, if there are extenuating circumstances on the ground, we will reflect on those circumstances.
Sir Alex Shelbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister keeps talking about the principle of why this is being done, not moving away from that fundamental fact. The fundamental fact is who is misleading the Minister in saying that this can be achieved in 2026, and then comes back and says, no, sorry, it's got to be 2028. Yeah. I mean, it's 18 months to 2027. We're talking 2028. So my concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, is she not concerned about who is telling her false project timelines? How can she have any faith in that 2028 is going to be delivered? And if this is being set up to deliver both to public services, how can that be true when they can't even get the organisation correct by a gap of 2 years?
Madam Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member for raising that question. So all of our areas in the Devolution Priority Programme have been working at pace, and I should put on record huge credit to them for working collaboratively across parties, across authorities to deliver this. The judgment that we are making, so I believe that we could deliver it all in 26, the judgment we are making is whether we do that based on strong foundations. And if the difference between 26 and 28 means that we've got the unitary process through, and we've got strong unitaries, and we've got strategic authorities that are working well, that creates the foundations for an effective mayor, then we think it is worth taking the time, having the breathing space to ensure that the foundations are strong.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you,
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Minister agrees with me that trust in our politics and trust in our democracy is absolutely vital. And I'm sure she'll also regret that postponing elections gives some, including those who don't have our country's best interests at heart, the opportunity to try to sow seeds of distrust. She'll have seen this morning the Electoral Commission's latest stats showing some eye-wateringly large donations. Our elections are not being fought on an even footing if they can be bought by a small handful of individuals. So I wonder if she'd encourage her colleague, the Minister for Democracy, on the Treasury bench to use the opportunity of the Elections Bill to take meaningful steps to increase the transparency and clarity and tighten up those financial donations rules to restore trust in our democracy.
Thank you to the Honourable Lady for making that powerful point. Yes, we absolutely will.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, along with the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, I attended a meeting with the Leader and Chief Executive of North East Lincolnshire Council. The Chief Executive produced a very thick report as to why they don't want any further reorganisation in the council area. Up and down the country, councils are spending millions on producing reports about why they do or don't want to be a mayoral authority, do or don't want reorganisation. Surely the Minister would agree with me that those millions would be better spent providing better services to their local communities.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we want investment to be spent on local communities. On that, there is agreement. But I come back to the point that I've made time and time again. The status quo is neither sustainable nor is it desirable. So something has to give and something has to change. The way that we are approaching it is to say to local areas, come up with your plan. And here are the set of criteria against which those plans will be judged. But we cannot stand still and do nothing. We have to do something, and we're trying to go through a process in partnership with places.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mandatory digital ID, abandoning trial by jury and now cancelling elections. These are the hallmarks of authoritarian regimes, aren't they?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that question warrants a response.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answers? There are real deep concerns about the postponing of local elections. Democracy has been in place for centuries. What impression does the Minister think that this announcement gives to the general public, who have every right to exercise their civic responsibility in a timely manner? And is the Minister not concerned on the message it gives to constituents and people on democracy in the United Kingdom?
Minister.
The Honourable Member is completely right to talk about how sacrosanct democracy is. We share that. We absolutely share that. But it is right that as we think about inaugural elections for mayors, they've never been held before, that we try to do this in a way that on the other side of the elections, what matters is that we have strong institutions that can deliver for people. And I think residents and constituents in those areas will thank us if at the end of it, we have institutions that are delivering incredibly well for them because we have taken the time to get this right.
Can I thank the Minister for her responses this morning? Point of order, David Simmons.
Madam Deputy, may I seek your guidance? When the devolution bill was making its process through committee, the Minister was very clear with the committee that elections to the local councils would be considered for cancellation on request from the affected local authorities. She's told the House this afternoon that in fact it will only be in circumstances of pandemic or other exceptional local circumstances. There clearly is some risk that the House may be inadvertently misled as to what the decision-making criteria for that cancellation may be. So can you give me some guidance as to how we can gain the necessary clarity as to what the decision-making process for cancellation of council elections will be?
Can I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order this morning? He will know that that was not a point of order but a continuation of the debate and a point that could have been put to the Minister earlier. However, he has put his point on the record. I'll allow a few moments for the front bench to swap over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which brings us to the business question. Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business for the week commencing 8th of December will include Monday the 8th of December, consideration of Lord's messages to the Employment Rights Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's message to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's message to the Mental Health Bill. Tuesday the 9th of December, second reading of the Railways Bill. Wednesday the 10th of December, Opposition Day in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Thursday the 11th of December, general debate on St Andrew's Day and Scottish affairs, followed by a general debate on the impact of foreign interference on security, trade and democracy. The subject of these debates was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 12th of December, the House will not be sitting. Monday the 15th of December, second reading of the Industry and Exports Financial Assistance Bill. Tuesday the 16th of December, second reading of the Finance No. 2 Bill. Wednesday the 17th of December, second reading of the National Insurance Contributions Employer Pensions Contributions Bill. And Thursday the 18th of December, general debate on matters to be raised before the Christmas adjournment. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will then rise for the Christmas recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday the 18th of December and return on Monday the 5th of January 2026.
Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I may, I'd like to express my personal sorrow at the death of Sir John Stanley this week. The House may not know that he was the first person to reach and to comfort the dying Airy Neave after Neave had been the victim of a bomb from the Irish National Liberation Army, a spin-off of the IRA. Sir John was also a highly effective member of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, I invited the House to join me in supporting our cricketers down under. That was the kiss of death. They instantly lost the first test. So I am thrilled, and I hope the House will join me in congratulating Joe Root on his majestic 100 in Australia in the present test. Madam Deputy Speaker, once again, the past 7 days have not been a thing of glory for the government. Not a single measure in the budget has been scored by the OBR as positive for growth, while the OECD and a host of other experts have warned that the Chancellor's tax rises last week will actually hold growth back. Except for 7 members, every member opposite voted in favour of keeping the two-child benefit cap in 2024. Last week, they voted in exactly the opposite way. Junior doctors will go on strike for the 3rd time this year in the run-up to Christmas. In fairness, though, I should say there has been one chink of light. The government has rightly dropped day one protections in the Employment Rights Bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday we were treated to the inglorious sight of the Prime Minister misusing the engagements question once again to make a party political broadcast at Prime Minister's questions. We do not have a presidential system in this country, thank the Lord, nor do we insist on a rigid uniformity of practice in this House. But if the Prime Minister wishes to make a statement to Parliament, he may do so in the usual way, giving notice to you, Madam, or to the Speaker, and taking questions from colleagues in this House on the policy. I therefore ask the Leader, as our spokesman in the Cabinet, to tell the House what he will do to stop this practice from recurring, and I am also asking Mr. Speaker to make clear in public that this will not be tolerated by the Chair in future. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was reported this week that the government will be drawing on German start-up companies to fill a supposed drone gap for the British Army. I'm sure the whole House will share my view that the UK should seek to offer a welcoming environment for foreign investment, and all the more after a budget which has done nothing to support economic growth. I also recognise the value of having leading international companies competitively involved in the testing and development of drones. But it is a serious concern that there appear to be no plans within the Ministry of Defence to provide strategic leadership, investment and support to start-up drones companies created, led and managed in this country. We have been, and by British nationals, we have been promised a defence investment plan, but ministers have been unable to say when this plan will be presented to the House. It looks as though they may be leaving it to the last full week of term, perhaps in order to avoid a proper measure of parliamentary scrutiny. Experience has repeatedly shown that in times of crisis, nations need to have core capabilities solidly based in UK-owned and led domestic manufacturing. That was one of the lessons of the pandemic. It's hard to imagine a more significant emerging defence need than that of high-quality, high-technology and cost-effective drones, and there are superb companies in this country ready to scale as needed. Last June, the Prime Minister called for what he termed a national conversation on defence. He made clear, rightly, that the defence of the realm was not just a matter for MOD, but the whole of our society, as well as the whole of government, needed to be mobilised into a better understanding of the threat. Since then, that threat has only become more serious. I'm delighted that the Prime Minister is in Lossiemouth today to make an announcement. But the sad fact is that he has said precisely nothing to lead that wider national conversation or raise awareness of the threat. Meanwhile, the public are uncertain as to the need and rationale for new spending, and key aspects of our defence and security readiness are, if anything, getting worse. So I ask the Leader if, at the very least, we can have a statement next week on what the government is planning to do to support the UK drones industry in filling this important strategic need.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I join with the Shadow Leader in paying tribute to Sir John Stanley, who was a committed and long-standing Member of Parliament and a highly respected Minister. And he gave 41 years of continuous service to this House and to his constituents. Let me also, Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulate one of our senior doorkeepers, Paul Barwell, on his outstanding 20 years service to this House. I know all members value the excellent support of the doorkeepers, and I'm sure that the whole House joins me in thanking Paul for his commitment and his service. I join with the Leader of the House in sending congratulations to Joe Root on his inaugural Test century in Australia. And I also, Madam Deputy Speaker, send, I hope on behalf of the whole House, our condolences to the friends and family of the legendary Robin Smith, who died, unfortunately, recently. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House is embracing the Christmas spirit. We've seen the arrival of Christmas trees, and I note that one of them at least came from Kielder Forest in Northumberland. So as a North East MP, I'm very proud and very grateful for that. On wider matters this week, on World AIDS Day, the HIV Action Plan was published, which commits to one of the most ambitious public health goals of our time, ending new HIV transmissions in England by 2030. And we will tackle, Madam Deputy Speaker, the barriers to accessing treatment, such as stigma, discrimination and inequality, backed by the first ever national investment in engagement initiatives. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that this weekend members across the House will be supporting the UK's 5.5 million small businesses on this year's Small Business Saturday. Small businesses are the backbone of the UK economy. They provide essential services, create jobs and drive growth. And this government is determined to make the UK the best place to start and grow business, fostering a culture for risk takers in every community and high street by removing the barriers that have held them back too long. The festive season is a critical time for many small businesses, and I hope that they're set for a bumper Christmas. And to keep communities safe over the busy Christmas period, we announced a further crackdown on town centre crime. Police and local partners will work together to tackle shop theft and street crime across hundreds of our town centres. We also want people to stay well this winter, and one of the ways we'll be doing that is by rolling out online access to nearly every GP practice, benefiting patients across England. We promised to end the 8 a.m. scramble. It's a massive step towards that ambition, making it easier and faster to get GP appointments. Let me now turn to the questions from the Shadow Leader of the House. He talks about growth in the economy and the budget. And of course, central to the budget was our ambition to get growth moving. But I would gently point out that growth has been moving in the right direction, and we are the second best performer in this regard in the G7. In terms of PMQs and the start of PMQs, the Speaker has already made very clear his views on these subjects, and I say to the Shadow Leader of the House that I too make it clear in Cabinet matters around statements and questions, because it is important that when ministers come here that they are held to account, but also that they do so within the conventions of this House. But I've said this before, Madam Deputy Speaker, in some senses, ministers, including the Prime Minister, can't really win on this one, because if they do take time to update the House on something which is important, then sometimes they're told that's not the right time to do it. And if they don't tell the House on important events that are going out, they're criticised for doing that too. So I do think there's a sense of balance. In regard to the defence matters which the honourable gentleman raised, it's very important that we see investment in drone companies. This is a very successful and expanding drone company indeed in my constituency. I will draw to the attention of defence ministers his concern. I don't agree with the slant which he put on the government's approach to these matters. We take national security very seriously. The Prime Minister takes national security very seriously. He is aware of the current and growing threats and is determined that our country is ready to step up and meet those threats. And I will draw his attention to defence ministers and see if we can get a statement at the earliest opportunity.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week was Parliament Week, and like members across the House, I had the chance to visit some of the brilliant schools in my constituency to hear from Hartlepool children about the things that matter to them. At St Teresa's, St Peter's in Elwick, Westview, and at Eldon Grove Primary, where pupils showed me their brilliant campaign comics on litter, bullying and the environment. Will the Leader of the House join with me in congratulating Hartlepool's extraordinary young people and the brilliant school staff who support them for their outstanding contributions to our community?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will of course join my honourable friend in congratulating Hartlepool pupils and staff who organised the events that he refers to. I was very pleased to be involved in a number of Parliament Week events myself, and I would encourage all members across the House to engage with schools in their communities, not just on Parliament Week, but throughout the year, to make sure that we engender a better understanding of this place. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join the Leader of the House in his tributes to Sir John Stanley and Paul Barwell? And he also referred to Christmas spirit getting going in and around the House, so I'd asked him to spare a thought for the Lib Dem staffers clutching coffees this morning after their Christmas party last night. I can't confirm or deny if I joined them. So earlier this week, the government announced a trade deal between the US and UK on drug prices and medicines. And having reportedly rejected a price increase of £2.5 billion earlier this summer, the government's negotiators went back to the table and apparently are now going to pay £3 billion more instead. Now, there's a very live debate over how much the NHS should pay for drugs, which I respect. Big Pharma have always wanted to drive down prices and have not liked the purchasing power of the NHS. That is clear. But the NICE thresholds have not changed for some time, and there are some that argue that that means that we are missing out on particular medicines. But others also make the alternative argument that the opportunity cost for that spending in other areas of healthcare it means that the thresholds should stay where they are. Wherever you stand on that debate, I think two things are clear. One is that this considered debate should not be settled by the bully boy tactics of President Trump. He introduced 100% tariffs, breaking the WTO rules on tariffs over this, and he's come out with the explicit intention of putting Americans first. Secondly, the government should explain how this huge price increase will be paid for. Daniel Elkledge, the Chief Executive NHS provider, says it is not yet clear how it will be paid for, and there are fears from GPs, dentists and community pharmacies about them being the ones who will suffer as a result of this increase in prices. So can the Leader of the House urge the Health Minister to come to the dispatch box and answer questions about the impact of this new deal?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If my memory serves me correctly, the honourable gentleman's going to have to get used to sleepless nights. He's got a few ahead of him, I think. But he does raise an important matter. But the reality is, due to the strength of our relationship with the United States, we have secured the first and best deal on pharmaceutical products, and indeed the lowest rate offered to any country. And this deal is a win for patients and a win for our life sciences sector as well. And that's a very important part of our plan for growth. So it's better access to innovative medicines, which is critical to keeping people healthy and treating illness more effectively. So we are protecting the NHS and its frontline staff with record investment and reform to deliver better care, but that also means making sure that we've got the best deal in place on pharmaceuticals.
Ms Twist. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's now been 5 years since the Cumberledge report shone a light on shocking patient safety scandals. Last year, the Hughes report set out redress options for those affected by sodium valproate and pelvic mesh. Many of these individuals have faced complex, lifelong challenges, compounded by the delays they've faced in getting support. So can we have a debate in government time about what steps we can take to put these findings into action and provide the recognition and compensation that patients need?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue. I know it's an issue of concern right across the House. It is a complex matter, and we are carefully considering the options for redress as outlined in the Hughes report. And I note there was a very well-attended Westminster Hall debate on this matter earlier this year, but I'll make sure that my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has heard her concerns and just remind her and indeed the House that there's an opportunity to raise these matters more fully in the pre-recess adjournment coming shortly.
And in place of the Chair of the Backbench Business Committee, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chairman sends his apologies for his absence. In addition to the debates that the leader mentioned, there will be Westminster Hall debates next week on Tuesday on consumer-led flexibility for a just transition, and on Thursday the role of fair trade certification in UK business and trade. And the second debate on Thursday afternoon is particularly important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it was initiated by me. The future of the oil refining sector in the UK. And the following week, beginning December the 15th, on Tuesday, there will be debate on planning policy for quarries, and on Thursday, literary and cultural legacy of Jane Austen and community audiology, all of which shows what a vast range of interests there are across the House. Turning to my own question, Madam Deputy Speaker, last Saturday I visited Humberside Airport along with the Shadow Transport Secretary, and the management there outlined the challenges faced not just by them but by regional airports up and down the country. They're facing increased national insurance costs. In the case of Humberside, they're facing the potential loss of business from Eastern Airways, which is in administration. And if the work on the North Sea in the rigs and so on is declining, they face the loss of the helicopter transfers that they rely on. So could the leader provide government time for a debate on the role of regional airports?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, let me say I'm grateful for the update on backbench business, both to him and to the chair of the committee, and to everyone on that committee. On the constituency matter which he raises, the government does recognise the importance of regional airports in the communities that they serve and indeed the local economy. And one of those challenges, as he outlines, is the challenge to Humberside Airport. And we do recognise the potential impact of the Eastern Airways issue on employees and on the airport itself. So I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this matter this morning. I will raise his concerns with ministers, and should he seek a meeting to see what can be done to help the situation, then I'll arrange that.
Jazz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first duty of any government is to ensure the safety and security of all its citizens. And the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention concluded that the detention of Jagtar Singh Johal violates international law. I asked the leader to press the Foreign Secretary to urgently update the House on what efforts have been made by the government on the release of the British citizen Jagtar Johal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this question. I note that the 4th of November was in fact the 8th anniversary of Mr Johal's arrest. We do continue to raise concerns about his prolonged detention at every opportunity that we can, and we do emphasise the need for a prompt, full and just resolution to his case. But I will draw my honourable friend's comments to the attention of the Foreign Office and make sure that members remain updated on any developments in this case.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Severn Area Rescue Association, known as SARA, is a volunteer-led lifeboat and inland search and rescue charity. They do fantastic work in North Worcestershire, indeed along the route of the River Severn, and do work in the constituencies of many honourable members of this House. Whilst I welcome last week the government's announcement in the budget to abandon the requirement for vehicle excise duty to apply to these organisations, would the Leader of the House support me in my endeavours? I've written to the Secretary of State calling for the government to reintroduce the flood team maintenance grant to alleviate the pressure on such charities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly pay tribute to volunteers up and down this country who do such important work, whether it's on rivers in his constituency or indeed along the coast in my constituency. He's generously referred to the budget announcement, which is, I think, very, very welcome. I will make sure that he gets a response to the letter that he sent to the Secretary of State to set out our position.
John McDonnell.
Can I refer members to my register of interest as a member of Unite the Union? The Leader of the House will be aware that the Birmingham bin dispute now has gone on for many months. With regard to the city, it's been declared a matter of a major incident. With regard to the workers themselves, many of them are facing severe hardship. I wonder if I can ask the Leader of the House to urge a ministerial colleague to come to the House to make a statement on the role the government could play in resolving this dispute after these several months which has caused such harm to the city itself, but also harm to the workers themselves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for raising this matter. It's a subject which is raised often during business questions, and it's very frustrating that the situation continues. The government is absolutely clear that we want to see an end to the dispute at the earliest opportunity. I will raise my right honourable friend's concerns with the relevant minister and ensure that when the situation changes, that the House is updated on it.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Deputy Speaker, part of the visa process for academics and researchers coming from other countries to our universities to do research in sensitive fields is that they rightly have to go through extra security checks, and this is known as the Academic Technology Approval Scheme. I've been supporting a constituent who had to apply for his visa to be extended, and the checks had to be done again. We had usual delays, but sadly the gentleman's father died, and we were trying to get the process expedited. But unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a frustrating process. The ATAS process is run and overseen by FCDO, but everyone we tried to speak to there had never heard of it and kept referring us back to the Home Office, who have no power over it at all. So can I ask the Leader of the House, can he ensure that we have an urgent review of the oversight of this scheme, including how MPs engage with it, and update the House at the earliest convenience?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important that we have clarity on these schemes, because academics being able to come to this country to work is a very important part, and study is a very important part of the life of our higher education institutions. I will draw it to the attention of the Foreign Office to get to the bottom of it, to find out what the accurate picture is, and to make them aware of the Honourable Lady's concerns.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently, a 12-year-old boy in Timperley in my constituency was stabbed with a screwdriver by a local adult man in a totally unjustified attack. Thankfully, my constituent survived this horrific ordeal, but both him and his parents were staggered to learn that the attacker has been released on bail. I share the deep concerns of the victims, his friends who witnessed the attack, and all their parents about this decision. So could the Leader of the House help me raise...
Order. Could I gently say to the honourable member that this matter may well be sub judice, and therefore the House needs to tread very carefully when discussing this subject? Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join me in expressing our deepest sympathy for this distressing attack and in wishing the young boy his full and swift recovery from this horrific ordeal. I'm not surprised that it is of such distress to his parents. I will tread carefully and say that I will draw it to the attention of the relevant minister and make sure that my honourable friend gets a response.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was particularly pleased to welcome pupils from Annan Academy in my constituency to Parliament last week, and I was particularly pleased to hear directly from the young people that many of them had actively participated in a consultation by SNP-led Dumfries and Galloway Council to voice their opposition to an ill-thought-out proposal to cut free music instrument tuition in local schools. I'm sure the leader will agree with me that not only are the Annan pupils right that music tuition should not be only for those who can pay for it, but that they are also to be praised for speaking out on an issue that directly affects them, and we should encourage all young people to do the same.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Students at Annan School have set a fantastic example on a right to champion the importance of music. We are topping up the music and dance scheme in England and are publishing a new enrichment framework, and I would encourage others that have some responsibility in these matters to look at it and see what they can learn and then apply it on themselves. I think the pupils' a debate on the pupils' example would be very fitting for a Parliament week, following Parliament week, perhaps for a contribution to the pre-recess adjournment.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to thank all members from across the House as one of the co-chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on HIV and Sexual Health for joining in to recognise World AIDS Day on Monday. And this Wednesday, it's important as parliamentarians we continue to show that cross-party support in highlighting that HIV is still very real for many people, but working together, we can be one of the first countries to end new HIV transmissions by 2030. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Government for the new HIV Action Plan, which sets out how we will prevent HIV transmissions, scaling up testing, addressing the stigma which sadly affects many people, including women and BME people, and congratulate the many charities and organisations often working on a shoestring budget to make sure this agenda is still firmly on the Government's mind.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this matter and doing her part in making sure that this issue is the forefront of our minds, and also join her in thanking charities and organisations who are involved on these matters. As I said earlier, the Government has introduced the HIV Action Plan, which is one of the most ambitious public health goals of our time. We will continue the success of the Bloodborne Virus Emergency Department opt-out testing programme. We'll trial HIV testing within the NHS app and improve awareness of HIV prevention for those at risk. And as I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's really important that we tackle the barriers to assessing treatment, such as stigma, discrimination and equality. And not only are we making that commitment, we're putting investment behind it.
Dave Dugan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of the manifold carnival of basically lies that was the Vote Leave campaign, becoming £350 richer a week was one of the principal lies. The sad reality, of course, is that we're £250 million a day worse off as a result of Brexit, which has forced the Chancellor to come after £66 billion of unreconciled revenue from the real economy. It was supposed to take back control. Well, this control doesn't feel very nice. It was supposed to stop immigration, but irregular immigration is through the roof, and it was supposed to save the Tory party. I give you Exhibit A. So can we have a debate on government time to get real about the catastrophic consequences of Brexit?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman will know that the Government's position is to ensure that we get the best deal possible, working with our European partners. There are many of the areas that he talks about that, quite frankly, have been hit negatively as a result of decisions which were democratically taken. It's important that we do everything that we can to restore and to move on from that. I would gently say to him, should he seek a backbench business debate, an adjournment debate, or even the pre-recess adjournment to raise these matters, I'm sure colleagues from across the House, actually, will share some of his concerns.
Fields.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's been a significant increase in unmanaged homes of multiple occupation in Hillingdon, or HMOs, and despite calls for proper licensing of these, the Conservative Council has taken 15 months just to bring forward a simple consultation. During this time, there's been additional issues of antisocial behaviour, crime and significant community concern. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that residents deserve better than this? And can we make time in this place for debate about a proper national regulatory framework for HMOs?
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very sorry to hear of the situation in my honourable friend's constituency, but it's not just in his constituency where these concerns lie. There are in many constituencies across the country. Local authorities do have powers to ensure that landlords comply with relevant regulations, and the Renters' Rights Act introduces reforms to improve regulation of the private rented sector properties, including HMOs. We do keep the regulation of HMOs under review, and should my honourable friend seek a debate, then maybe he will be able to not just put forward his concerns, but hear from a minister on how we intend to take this forward.
Richard.
The House is at its strongest when it works cross-party and in the interests of others, whether they be here in the United Kingdom or overseas. So does the Leader of the House share my concern about the democratic backsliding in Georgia, which is a concern shared across the House? This country wants a close relationship with the government in Tbilisi in Georgia. It wants to re-engage on the Wardrop strategic dialogue, but it cannot do so whilst peaceful protests are put down by water cannon infused with chemical weapons such as camite. If that is true, and I believe it to be so, it could constitute an international breach of law. So would the Leader of the House encourage the Foreign Secretary to come to the House to give an update and a statement on Georgia, and would he like to put on the record his concerns about democratic backsliding in Georgia?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to do so, Madam Deputy Speaker, because there should be no democratic backsliding by Georgia, and the UK government is concerned about what is happening. We do want to see the country continue on a trajectory in the direction of democracy, and we are working not just on our own but with European colleagues to try to ensure that Georgia adheres to democratic norms. I will ensure that the Foreign Secretary has heard his concerns, and should there be need for a statement at some point, I'm sure a Minister will bring one forward.
Laura Kirksmith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Aylesbury, the average waiting time for a driving test at the local test centre is now 19 weeks. One constituent told me about the substantial financial toll that it takes, potentially running into thousands of pounds, which places an unreasonable burden on families, she said, not to mention the stress of it. I welcome the government's action on this, including deploying more driving examiners and reducing the ability of bots to book up the test slots, but the driving instructors tell me that the problem isn't solved yet. So can the Leader join me in welcoming the action that the government has taken so far, but advise me what more I can do to ensure that we can get our new drivers onto the roads?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is doing that by raising these matters on the floor of the House at this time, and I'm sure that she will continue to do so. It is an important matter for her and for many other members of this House. As my honourable friend pointed out, we are taking action to deliver additional driving tests, but also to stop learners being exploited by online bots. I'll ensure that the Minister has heard what my honourable friend has said, and that they continue to keep the House updated on these matters.
Sarah Dyke.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday in my role as Chair of the Women in Defence APPG, alongside Angela Owen OBE, who founded Women in Defence in 2011, I was pleased to chair a briefing to discuss the publication of this year's Women in Defence Charter Data Report. It shows that women account for roughly 25% of the total defence workforce, but only 21% of directors and 23% of board-level positions. So if we're serious about building a defence sector that lives up to its promises of equality and inclusion, could the Leader of the House advise how I might meet with the relevant minister to discuss the progression of more women in leadership roles in defence?
Speaker, and let me pay tribute to the Honourable Lady and indeed to the all-party group for the work that they are doing. We are serious about the matters that she raises, and I will ensure that she gets an opportunity to set them out in person with a meeting with the relevant minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the wake of COP30, we've seen this week devastating floods across Southeast Asia. impacting on the people of Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. 1,300 people estimated to be dead. Here in the UK, we're witnessing ever more extreme weather events, whether it be the wettest winters or the driest summers, which is impacting on global food supplies. Given the environmental and economic damage that's being done by climate change, but also recognising the economic opportunity that is presented, could we have a debate, please, in government time on the climate emergency?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tackling climate change is a priority for this government, and we are seizing the opportunities of the clean energy economy, and we will continue to bear down, reduce emissions in a way that doesn't just secure good jobs, but lowers bills too. My honourable friend may wish to seek a backbench business debate on these matters, because these concerns are not confined to one side of the House, or he may wish to join us at the pre-recess adjournment debate and make those points more fully.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have long championed, as the leader will know, a cause supported by other members of this House, notably the Honourable Lady Member for Salford, nuclear test veterans. These are the young men that were sent to the other side of the world to witness the tests of Britain's first nuclear weapons. In welcoming the engagement we've had with the Secretary of State for Defence and the Veterans Minister, can I press him for a meeting with the Prime Minister? It's been promised. They did meet Boris Johnson when he was Prime Minister. We have ongoing issues about access to their medical records. I understand that meeting with the PM has been delayed. The PM has said he supports them. I simply want the Honourable Gentleman to use his immense authority and power to make sure that meeting happens. Thank you.
Grateful for that overestimation of my influence and power, but I will bring everything that I have to bear to get the Honourable Gentleman the answer that he wants. The Prime Minister does care deeply about such matters, and if a commitment, and I don't doubt that a commitment has been made, then we'll ensure that it's a commitment that's fulfilled.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Environment Agency budget halved over the decade from 2010, and that contributed to the illegal waste sites that still blight our countryside today, including Brambletree Wharf in my constituency, which has been there since 2018. Now, it's fantastic that the government is doubling the budget for waste crime enforcement this year to almost £16 million. But may I ask the Leader of the House if we may also have a debate in this House on whether the Environment Agency is using its existing powers appropriately, and indeed whether new powers may be needed given the scale of the crisis. I'm appalled that they have recently decided not to use their powers to prosecute those responsible for Brambletree Wharf, which in my view is a clear dereliction of their duty and worthy of further parliamentary debate.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is not the first member to have raised concerns about the Environment Agency, and I would imagine that they will have heard her concerns. We are committed to tackling waste crime, which is a blight on local communities and the environment. The Environment Agency, as she points out, does have a range of powers. Of course, we keep looking to see whether or not they have sufficient power, but also, of course, if agencies have powers, then they should be prepared to use them. She may wish to raise these questions at the next DEFRA questions, or indeed in an adjournment debate.
Danny Kruger.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Leader shares my concern at the abduction of over 300 children and teachers from St Mary's Catholic School in central Nigeria recently. This is part of a pattern of Islamist persecution of Christians in Nigeria and indeed around the world. Does the Leader agree that this pattern exists, and will he agree to a debate in government time so that the House can address it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is very clear that it is against religious intolerance wherever it should happen, and from whichever community or faith it comes from. The news from Nigeria is not just is very worrying indeed, and let us hope for a suitable outcome. The Honourable Gentleman may wish to seek an adjournment debate or speak in the pre-recess adjournment debate to give further evidence about his concerns.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One issue that literally keeps my constituents awake at night is that of noisy fireworks. It happens around weddings, it happens around car meets with young people setting them off at night, which is why I was pleased to support the 10-minute rule bill yesterday by the member from Bolton South. But given that this is a big issue around the country affecting veterans, also sensory issues, animals and others, will the government consider taking over that 10-minute rule bill so that we can get it into law?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a real issue, which is often raised around bonfire night, but actually is also, as we approach end of year celebration, it is important that we respond in measures that are proportionate. I'm not familiar with the 10-minute rule bill. I missed that one. But I will have a look at it. I cannot give him a commitment that the government will take it over, but I'm sure that this matter will continue in debate, and it's right and proper that he raises it on behalf of his constituents.
Caroline Foden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I attended the impressive national emergency briefing on the climate and nature crisis, where 10 leading experts warned MPs of escalating risks facing the UK. It was challenging, it was informative, but it was also encouraging, with positive steps that we can take now to mitigate the impact. Those experts have called for a televised national emergency briefing so that the public can hear the same evidence, a call which is now supported by over 33,000 signatories of an open letter to the Prime Minister and the major broadcasters. So can we have a debate in government time on the case for such a televised emergency briefing so that people right across the UK can understand the threats we are facing and the actions that are required?
Madam Deputy Speaker, if such a televised briefing is necessary, then it's totally within the gift of media to arrange one, and I'm sure that people from all sorts of situations will wish to contribute, and the government's voice will be heard too. We take these matters extremely seriously, and I think people are becoming increasingly aware of these matters, and the more that we can get out there to inform the debate, I think the better.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in Norwich and Norfolk care deeply about their local environment. Last Friday, I met with local leaders at a roundtable hosted by Nelson Spirit, who's a fantastic social impact business, and we discussed exactly that, sustainability and how to protect our environment. Will the leader join me in thanking local groups like Nelson Spirit, and will he make time for a debate on local sustainability and environment initiatives and the role of government in supporting them?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this important matter and for the commendable work that she is doing in her constituency. I would, of course, be delighted to join her in thanking Nelson Spirit and all the local businesses, charities and schools in Norwich for their dedication to improving sustainability and protecting the local environment. I might gently encourage you to attend the Westminster Hall debate next Tuesday on consumer-led flexibility for a just transition, where she may want to raise this matter further.
Claire Nosmedy.
Ahead of the budget, I wrote to the Chancellor outlining the desperate economic situation facing hospitality businesses in Wales. I was disheartened that the Chancellor ignored these warnings, adding pressure to an ongoing struggling industry. With business property relief a key concern for businesses like Anglesey Taverns on Ynys-Môn, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on how the government can work with business owners in Wales to find sustainable solutions to increasingly unmanageable costs?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I gently challenge the Honourable Lady, because the government hasn't ignored warnings about the sector at all. In fact, there were measures in the budget intended to help. There is one important day left before the recess to raise matters about the budget, when we've got the finance bill in the final week. So the Honourable Lady might want to raise some of the matters there, and then there's the whole process of the finance bill being taken probably on the floor of the House, and she may wish to try to get onto the committee. But I would also gently say to her, some of the decisions that we take in the budget are difficult decisions, but one of the central intent of that is to make sure that the cost of living is borne down, and many of the hospitality aspects of the hospitality sector that are referred to would benefit from the fact that people will have more money in their pockets.
Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think there's anything more special and beautiful in life than seeing a child's face light up when they get to see Santa, but not every child and family can afford to go to a grotto. So I wonder if the Leader of the House will join me in thanking all of those amazing volunteer organisations out there, the Rotary Clubs, the Lions, I'm a Doncaster Lion myself, who go out and walk the streets to see the children themselves, who go to food banks, who go to the supermarkets to bring that Christmas spirit to Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme and right away across the country.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll absolutely join my honourable friend in thanking all of the volunteers, in particular Rotary and the Lions clubs across our country, for all the hard work that they do. It's people like them that actually make this Christmas season so special. I wish him well in his Santa dash. I'm sure he'll make a dashing Santa.
Clive Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in Wokingham we are very lucky to have CLASP, a charity that gives wonderful support to adults with learning disabilities. The charity says there is a serious lack of awareness about the issues faced by adults with learning difficulties and autism, notably the fact that they typically have a shorter life expectancy, often dying up to 20 years younger than most people. So can the Leader of the House join me in recognising the invaluable role charities like CLASP play in supporting and raising awareness for our most vulnerable residents?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to the organisation that he refers to, and indeed others across our country, also to him for raising this important matter on the floor of the House. He will know that the Health Secretary takes these matters very seriously indeed, and should the honourable gentleman seek a meeting with the Health Minister to perhaps expand on these matters, I'll see if we can arrange one.
Sarah Russell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the No Tear Snooker Society in Congleton has brought joy to those living with early onset dementia and a supportive circle for their families. It's played with revised rules, hence the name, and is a model for initiatives in other areas. It was set up by Ian with help from nurse Denise Parr, and I'm so pleased to see it spreading further. Would the Leader of the House join with me in congratulating Ian on this excellent initiative, thank the volunteers and local businesses who have supported this, and grant us a backbench business debate on community initiatives to support those with early onset dementia and their family members?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to express my thanks to the No Tear Snooker Society and other organisations that support those with dementia. I have to say that when I play snooker, it inevitably ends in tears. As we know, community support is vital for those suffering with dementia and other diseases, and it's not just a matter of her constituency, but for everyone across our country. I'll make sure that the Health Secretary and the Culture Secretary hear about the case that she raised and see what can be done further.
Sean Berry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the 14th birthday this week of Khaled, the son of the British-Egyptian former political prisoner Alaa Abdel Fattah. Khaled won't see his father in person after Alaa was prevented from travelling to the UK by the Egyptian authorities in November. So, while I am sure he wishes Khaled happy birthday, can I ask the Leader to also assure me the government will help make sure his father can travel here as soon as possible?
Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to join with the whole House in wishing Khaled a happy birthday, and let us hope that his family concerns are addressed sooner rather than later. I will draw her attention to ministers and see if we can get an update about what they are doing, but also what hope we can have for the future, that the family can be reunited.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of meeting a number of schools during UK Parliament Week, including Tenterfields Academy, the Independent Impact School and Leaso's High School in my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had some fantastic questions and really intelligent insights into democracy from those students. And one of those schools, Leaso's High School, had the opportunity to visit Parliament earlier this year. But I'm hearing from other schools in my constituency, despite the excellent service provided, it is very oversubscribed. So does the Leader of the House agree with me that the UK Parliament team does excellent work, but is there anything more he can do to allow more spaces to open up so more children could experience the learning of democracy?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I certainly join my honourable friend in thanking the parliamentary education team for the work that they do, not just during Parliament Week, but throughout the year. It is important that schools like Leesos are able to visit this place and to see democracy at work. And I can tell him that the educational travel subsidy, which is part of this matter and was raised by the honourable gentleman opposite, I think last week, will be considered at the Commission meeting of the House on Monday.
Smart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Leader of the House shares my sense of alarm at the most recent stats from the ONS showing that suicide rates are at their highest level since the turn of the century. I wonder if, this certainly bears up what I'm hearing from my local mental health trust. I wonder if he might have a conversation with the Health Minister and encourage them to the dispatch box to update the House on the government's approach to suicide prevention. In particular, what more can be done to support the work of those working at the coal face, such as the wonderful Stockport Samaritans, as they undertake their life-saving work.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to thank not Stockport Samaritans, but indeed Samaritans across the country for the fantastic work that they do, but the very difficult work that they do as well. The question of suicide has been raised frequently at business questions, and certainly it's a key part of the government's recently announced men's health strategy, because suicide, if I'm correct, remains the biggest killer of men under 50. I will draw her attention to health ministers, and perhaps should she seek a meeting with them to further explore this, we'll see what we can do.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, like others, to mark Parliament Week, I had the pleasure of visiting Lee C of E Primary School and hearing directly from students about their campaign to support teaching assistants. It was inspiring to see young people championing those who support them, showing real democratic engagement and care for their community. So will the Leader of the House join me in celebrating their brilliant campaign, and as they will be listening intently to him, will he advise on other ways that they can campaign to get this important message across?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Absolutely join my honourable friend in celebrating the incredible work of teaching assistants and congratulate the young people on their campaign in support of those who do work which is vital to our education system. The reality is that teaching assistants play a significant role in our children's education and indeed their life chances. As for how this campaign can continue, I will give that some thought, but I would thank my honourable friend for raising this on the floor of the House, and my advice to the children themselves is work with your fantastic MP and see how this campaign can progress.
Josh Babarindi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many people who are on repeat prescriptions rely on NHS 111's emergency prescription service in order to get the meds they need if they've unexpectedly run out. But I've learned, indeed through my own experience, that if you're in a moving vehicle, NHS 111 will not proceed to have that conversation with you until you are stationary. There are many residents who are on long public transport journeys, for example, who are therefore delayed in getting the medication they need. Will the Leader of the House help me to arrange a meeting with the relevant Health Minister so that we can see if we can get this issue addressed?
Mr. Speaker, he raises an important point, and I was certainly unaware of that. As someone who seeks a repeat prescription, I'll make sure that I don't do it when I'm travelling. But it is a new one on me, and I will seek a meeting with the Health Minister so that we can explore that.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week marks 70 years since Cumbernauld was designated a new town on the 9th of December 1955. Part of a visionary programme that reshaped communities across Scotland and the UK. While we rightly celebrate that legacy of ambition and innovation, many new towns, including my own, now face significant challenges, from ageing infrastructure to pressures on public services and town centres. Could the Leader of the House allocate time for debate on the past, present and future of UK's new towns so we can consider how best to support their regeneration and ensure that places like Cumbernauld continue to thrive for decades to come?
Thank you very much indeed. The towns created in the New Town movement included some of the fastest growing local economies in the country, and I pay tribute to everyone who's been involved in the development and evolution of new towns, because they're a very important part of our history and remain so. Our 10-year infrastructure strategy outlines what we'll be doing to upgrade infrastructure to drive growth and raise living standards in every part of the country, including in new towns. And with our New Towns Task Force, we'll create the next generation of new towns with early investment in infrastructure, transport connections and environmental resilience.
Adrian Ramsey.
Deputy Speaker, yesterday I coordinated 36 MPs and members of the other place in calling on the Secretary of State for DEFRA to include in the forthcoming animal welfare strategy a time-bound plan to end the use of farrowing crates and cages in farming. The government has committed to bringing out the new animal welfare strategy by the end of the year. So could the Leader of the House confirm whether this will happen before rather than after the House rises for Christmas, with a statement to this House? And will that strategy include an end to the cruel use of farrowing crates and cages?
Deputy Speaker, I will certainly take that back and find out where it is. It's a really important strategy, and it's important that the government brings it forward, not least because my postbag is full of people who are genuinely concerned about animal welfare, as I am. If we said it's before the end of the year, of course that will be our ambition. I would gently say to him, however, that it's sometimes more important to get these things absolutely right rather than to hit an artificial deadline. But I'll go and find out where it is and raise the matter with his ministers.
Alistair Strathern.
Deputy Speaker. Now, Stopfold Good Neighbours Group have been far more than just good friends for lots of people in their community, going above and beyond to be a crucial lifeline for many who would otherwise be isolated, helping with trips to the doctors, hospitals and crucial shopping trips. So with the Leader of the House, with that group now having completed over 15,000 connections for the town, I'd like to join me in thanking all of the volunteers who make it possible and in celebrating the very welcome news that they're being recognised with the King's Award for Voluntary Service.
Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating Stopfold Good Neighbours on receiving the prestigious King's Voluntary Service Award, the highest award for local volunteering groups in the UK. As I've said before, but it remains true, volunteers are the bedrock of our communities, and I hope that this award gives them the well-deserved recognition and appreciation that they deserve.
Manura Wilson. Madam Deputy Speaker, residents across Twickenham, Teddington, the Hamptons and Whitton are sick to the back teeth, with South Western Railway repeatedly cancelling, delaying and putting on short trains. Every constituency has got appreciably worse since nationalisation, despite promises to the contrary from ministers, missing out on work and education. So will the Leader of the House grant a debate in government time on the performance of SWR, please?
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, first of all, the Railways Bill will be coming to this House shortly, and Great British Rail will be coming shortly. But she raises frustration for a lot of people about the underperforming of parts of our railways, and the reforms that we intend to introduce are absolutely central to making sure that there are real improvements. Again, I gently point her towards either a backbench business debate or an adjournment debate, because I'm sure there are many colleagues who would want to take part in that.
Alex Mayer.
Deputy Speaker. Southside Studios are fantastic temporary custodians of the old Wilco shop on Leighton Buzzard High Street, and they put on some brilliant events: salsa, more dancing, painting, Lego workshops. Who doesn't like Lego? But while they've had fantastic success in persuading commercial businesses to embrace meanwhile use, they've had rather less success with the local council, where there's a old disused care home that is currently, I'm told, costing £7,000 every week for security. So I wondered if the Leader of the House might consider a debate on meanwhile use so that we can spread the news about the positive benefits it can bring.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me first of all pay tribute to the interesting work that Southside Studios are doing. We remain as a government committed to the rejuvenation of our high streets and tackling vacancy, and we support innovative solutions to this issue, such as meanwhile use and rental auctions. It is a matter for local authorities to consider temporary planning permission, but I hope that her local authority has heard this. Once again, she's right to raise these matters, and again shows that on this issue, as many others, she's on the side of her constituents.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Leader of the House for his positive answers
for the persecuted across the world each week. It's much appreciated. I'm deeply concerned by the increased target attacks on Christians in northern Mozambique, with over 20 Christians killed in the past month. So will the Leader of the House join with me in condemning these appalling attacks, urge the Foreign Secretary to outline what concrete actions the government will take to ensure the protection of Christian communities and the promotion of freedom of religion and belief in Mozambique? Thank you very much.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this matter in the way that he always does, in a very sensitive way. The UK is committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, and we condemn attacks on religious grounds wherever they should happen for whatever reason. The British High Commission in Mozambique, alongside international partners, have regularly engaged with the relevant authorities and religious leaders to address the violence and instability in the region. I would encourage him to attend the International Human Rights Debate in Westminster Hall next week, where I'm sure his contribution, his wise contribution, will be appreciated.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Deputy Speaker, last year, against a target of restoring 5,000 hectares of ancient woodland in England, we managed a grand total of 0. Little surprise then that government analysis published this week shows that we continue to see wildlife decline across the board, and yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, certain commentators continue to peddle spurious narratives, scapegoating nature for the failure of a corporatist economic system to deliver prosperity for ordinary people. So can we have a debate on the true value of nature to our society and how we can finally reverse decades of decline in our natural environment?
Deputy Speaker, there are some opportunities before the Christmas recess. We've got the planning bill coming back. We've also got the pre-recess adjournment debate where my honourable friend may wish to seek these matters. He's right to raise concern about nature. We are concerned about the natural environment, but also about making sure that there is a balance between the development that we seek, that we need, and a healthy natural environment.
My constituent Caroline lost her universal credit transitional protection after her earnings fell below the administrative earnings threshold. But since I wrote to the DWP in August about this, I've had only a holding reply. So I wonder if the leader can use his good offices to make sure that I get a reply from my constituent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable friend for raising this case with me. If he lets me have the details of the case afterwards, then I will certainly raise it with ministers. A holding reply, whilst maybe sensible at the time, cannot go on forever. He needs to get a substantive reply.
Madam Deputy Speaker, tomorrow marks the 10-year anniversary of Storm Desmond and the flooding of the city of Carlisle that forced thousands of my constituents from their homes. As we remember the horror of 2015, we also celebrate the incredible people of Carlisle who came together to support their friends and neighbours at that time, and one group in particular who went on to form the North Cumbria Search and Rescue Team, whose work continues to be funded entirely by donations to this day. So can I invite the Leader of the House to thank North Cumbria Search and Rescue for their continued work to keep the communities across North Cumbria safe.
Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this important anniversary. I remember very well the terrible events, but also give us the opportunity to pay tribute to the fantastic people of Carlisle across the communities in the way that they have responded to the challenges of the flooding. And I will join with my honourable friend in celebrating the extraordinary work of the Cumbria Search and Rescue and those who run these vital services, not just in her area, but across the UK.
Ewan Steinbank.
Speaker, I said last month during Lord's messages to the Employment Rights Bill that I have proportionate respect for the work of the other place. But the public, this House, and especially young, lower-paid, insecure workers expect a popular elected government's manifesto commitments not to be held up, compromised or rejected by the other place. Therefore, will the Leader schedule an urgent debate in government time in this, the elected chamber, on whether we should now abolish the House of Lords?
Deputy Speaker, on the matter of employment rights, my honourable friend will know that the matter will return to this House before the recess, and he may wish to raise the point that he's doing. Of course, it's important that this House, as the elected House, ultimately gets its way, but on many matters, the upper house has an important role to play. We've had debates about these things in future. I'm sure the debate about not just whether we reform the House of Lords, but also whether we actually need a second chamber will continue into the future.
Andy McNay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, residents in Rosendale have once again been experiencing massive disruption and delays due to roadworks. This time it was emergency works by United Utilities where necessary four-way lights were not being operated according to the permit. My office has been working with local councils to get promises of action from Lancashire County Council, but as of this morning, there was no change. My residents are rightly fed up with this happening time and time again. Since being elected, I've been calling on the County Council to introduce to properly enforce streetworks and to introduce a lane rental scheme which could address congestion on our busiest roads. And so now once again I'm calling on the Reform leadership there to take urgent action on this. To shine a light on the issue would lead it agree to a debate in government time on the issue of streetworks.
I share my honourable friend's frustration and understand just how disruptive streetworks can be for drivers and for local communities, and it's really disappointing that the local authority has not responded positively on these matters. We are doubling fixed penalty notice for certain streetworks offences, but in the meantime I would urge the County Council to enforce the orders that my honourable friend raises. Otherwise, not least because otherwise residents and road users may conclude that the Reform-led Council is all talk and no delivery.
And finally, John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the leader join me in congratulating schools and youth groups in my constituency for their phenomenal 53 engagements with UK Parliament Week? It's not a competition, but I'd like to update the House that rugby came 12th out of 650 constituencies and second in the West Midlands. I visited Ashlawn School, Rugby Free Secondary School, Corston Brownies, Binley Woods Youth Club and the Hindu Swayamsevak Sang Rugby Branch to discuss politics with the young people. English Martyrs RC Primary, Clifton upon Dunsmore C of E Primary and First Hill Morton Guides sent questions that I answered on social media. Their questions and enthusiasm for contributing to improving their community, country and world shows that democracy has a bright future, Madam Deputy Speaker. So will he join me in paying tribute to the brilliant parliamentary staff who worked so hard to ensure a very successful UK Parliament Week?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join him in thanking the parliamentary staff for the fantastic work that they do and the leadership to Mr Speaker with regard to Parliament Week. But let me also congratulate him. 53 engagements is a huge number, and I see that he is very much wired into his local constituency and doing a fantastic job in motivating people there. It's really important that schools and clubs engage, and I want to thank each of the ones that he has spoken about, but all others who've engaged. I want to thank them very much for making Parliament Week such a success. It's great that so many young people are involved and have hopefully not just a better understanding but a better interest in politics, and they may wish to take that on into involvement at local level, but who knows, we may see some of them sitting on these benches in future years.
Can I thank the Leader of the House for his responses to members this morning. Before we come to the statement, I should inform the House that the case concerned is still technically sub judice until sentencing. However, the Government has made the judgment that the House should have an opportunity to consider this matter. It raises issues of national importance and the accused has pleaded guilty. Therefore, Mr Speaker has granted a limited waiver so that members may discuss the issues raised in the context of this case. Members should not speculate about sentencing issues. Members should also be cautious about prejudicing any ongoing investigations. We now come to a statement from the Secretary of State for Education.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and with permission, I will now make a statement regarding the sickening case of child sexual abuse at a nursery in Camden. And before I go further, I do want to remind the House that, of course, there remains a live police investigation underway and that the perpetrator is awaiting sentencing. All of us here and people across our country will wish to join with me in expressing our horror at hearing of these appalling crimes. A 45-year-old British man, Vincent Chan, pleaded guilty to 26 offences. These include multiple counts of sexual assault on a child by penetration, assault of a child by touching, and taking and making indecent photographs of a child. including Category A images depicting the most serious abuse. He was employed by a nursery setting in Camden between June 2017 and May 2024. On the 8th of September 2025, he was arrested after evidence was uncovered on devices seized in a previous police investigation. He was then charged with the 26 offences in question on the 9th of September. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday Vincent Chan entered a plea of guilty and sentencing will take place on the 23rd of January. In the meantime, the Metropolitan Police have met families of all of the children they have identified as victims of contact offences. In addition, the Met have written to the other families whose children attended the setting in question while the individual worked there to reassure them that where there is evidence of offences, the affected families have been contacted. Local children's social care services are providing emotional and practical support to families and signposting them to specialist support services. Madam Deputy Speaker, the NSPCC have been commissioned to set up a bespoke helpline as the first point of contact for anyone affected by these horrific acts. Details of the helpline can be found in the communications from Camden Council and the Metropolitan Police. Specialist support is available for victims. From the dedicated NSPCC helpline, people affected can be supported directly or referred to the right source of support to meet their needs. And the Government has provided funding to ensure there is sufficient capacity to support families. Following a notification of a serious incident, the Police, Integrated Care Board and the local authority have completed a rapid review to establish the facts. That means setting out a clear timeline of the events leading up to the incidents, of the incidents themselves, of the roles played by different agencies and the safety of children at the nursery at each stage. Those initial findings are now being worked through quickly, but I can confirm to the House that the rapid review has concluded that a full local child safeguarding practice review is warranted, which is being set up immediately. I am clear that this wider review must shine the strongest possible light on these horrifying incidents, and that we learn every lesson we can to make sure that crimes like this are guarded against at every step and every stage. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it is critical that local safeguarding partners can continue their investigations. But I will work closely with them, with the Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel, with its chair, Sir David Holmes, and with Home Office colleagues, to make absolutely sure that we have in place the most robust safeguards possible. We must do everything in our power to protect children. On that, I take my responsibilities as Secretary of State, not simply for education, but for children, with the utmost seriousness. But preventing cases such as these, Madam Deputy Speaker, needs everyone to believe and act on the fundamental principle that safeguarding is everyone's business. It is the duty of all of us, right across our society. If we see abuse, to report it. If we see or hear something that feels wrong, to question it and to challenge it. Madam Deputy Speaker, all of us owe that to our children, to do the right thing. Keeping children safe is one of the most important duties of any society. And I would like to thank our early years staff and wider children's services workforce. Those who work so hard, day in, day out, to give children of this country the best start in life. I know all committed early years and children's services professionals will be just as horrified as we all are to hear about what has taken place. Just as distressed to think that something like this could happen in a place that should have been dedicated to keeping children safe and helping them thrive. The defendant has now pleaded guilty to these sickening crimes and will be sentenced. But Madam Deputy Speaker, my thoughts this afternoon are not on him. They are with all of the child victims of these vile and abhorrent crimes and their families, who are now trying to recover from the suffering and the pain that he has caused. My promise to them, through these darkest of days, my promise to members here today, my promise to families across the country, is not only that justice will be served, but that we will strengthen the ways in which we keep children safe. We will root out abuse from wherever it hides, and we will never stop working to rid our society of this evil. And I commend this statement to the House.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an utterly horrific case. I want to thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement and to her officials and advisers who took the time to brief me on it. Any parent who has ever sent their child to nursery has had a physical reaction to this news. It's just so unspeakably awful, and the betrayal of trust that has taken place is abhorrent. I know the thoughts and prayers of everyone in this place will be the families and children affected, and all of our collective efforts must now focus on how we do all we can to prevent this ever happening again. With that goal in mind, I have a number of questions about the case that I want to put to the Secretary of State, with the full understanding that much of this might be covered by this serious case review, and I'm seeking her assurances that these issues will be looked at in the future rather than expecting full answers now. The first question is about the time it took for the images and videos on the devices in question to be looked at by the police. My understanding is whilst the perpetrator was first arrested and the devices seized in June 2024, the devices were not examined and the abusive content was not found by the police until over a year later. This is obviously an unacceptably long delay, given the case involved nursery children and a man who in 2024 was barred from working with children. There clearly needs to be an expedited process for devices where children are involved, particularly those who cannot speak and advocate for themselves. And I'd be grateful if the Education Secretary would confirm that she will raise this with the Home Secretary. Secondly, I understand that there was CCTV in use at the nursery, but this was wiped by the time that it took for these serious abuse offences to come to light, and so we do not have access to it. This is terrible because with the CCTV, it may have been possible to more easily identify affected children and spare the hundreds of parents the unimaginable terror that their children may have been affected. Obviously, this links to my first point about delays in accessing the devices, but given that in other nursery abuse cases, it's also taken time for offences to come to light, looking at the retention guidance around CCTV in nursery seems a sensible step, and one it would be helpful to understand if the Education Secretary is considering. Thirdly, this investigation was triggered by a member of staff at the nursery raising concerns. Can the Secretary of State confirm if these concerns were investigated immediately by the nursery, and at what stage Ofsted was notified, and the steps that Ofsted took? Is the Secretary of State content that a rigorous and timely process was followed by Ofsted? It will seem unbelievable to most people that this was able to go on under the noses of other staff and in the daytime without anyone else being aware. Can the Secretary of State confirm if other concerns were raised about Mr. Cham previously by other nursery staff or by parents? And what checks have taken place on safeguarding procedures at this nursery chain subsequent to this incident? Lastly, according to reports, the perpetrator in question had 26,000 indecent images of children and 16 nursery devices at his home. Was it standard practice for these devices to be removed from the site? Why did nobody notice? And why was he allowed to have so many devices? Is the Education Secretary considering revised guidance around the use of devices in early years settings? Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand with the Secretary of State, officials and the police as they do all they can to seek justice for victims. And we in this House will do all we can to ensure that this never happens again.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for her response. I know she shares my commitment and determination to make sure that our early years settings are safe for our children, as parents and children rightly expect them to be. Madam Deputy Speaker, she raises a number of important questions, a number of important areas related to policy. I will answer them as best I can, and she will appreciate there may be limitations on the precise nature of what I can say, but she raises important questions that will need to be considered through the work of the local review. She asks about the time it took for images to be considered. That will be considered through the local review. She is right to raise that question, and I will, of course, discuss the issue that she raises with colleagues at the Home Office where it comes to children. She also asks about the use of CCTV and devices. She is right again to do so. I would also just like to make clear to the Right Honourable Lady that we believe that it may not have been the case that CCTV had been in operation at the nursery. that has come to light subsequently, but we will make sure that the review considers that important question. But on the wider point around the use of CCTV and devices in early years settings, some early years settings do already use CCTV, as she notes. Sadly, we know that it can never prevent entirely the prospect of abuse taking place, and there may well be differing views amongst parents and carers and the sector about CCTV use in settings. However, I appreciate there have been a number of ways in which this has been raised as a concern. Therefore, I do intend to appoint an expert advisory group to develop guidance for the sector on the safe and effective use of CCTV and digital devices. This guidance will set out best practice, technical information and clear expectations, and I will provide updates as that work progresses. The other questions that she raises are the right questions. She is completely right to raise those issues, and the local review will consider them further. She'll understand that I can't expand on many of the facts, but I do appreciate the care and sensitivity that she has shown in the approach on this issue. I know the focus of everyone in this House will be with the families today, those who are suffering despicable acts across the House, and the justice that they deserve. And we as a government will continue to take whatever steps to keep children safe, to root out abuse wherever it hides, and to rid this evil from our society.
Chair of the Education Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. Vincent Chan's crimes are utterly horrific, the most egregious breach of trust imaginable and every parent's worst nightmare. My thoughts, and I know the thoughts of the whole House, have been with the children who are the victims of Vincent Chan and their families ever since his crimes came into the public domain. Incidents such as this, and the recent case of Roxana Lecker, who was convicted of abusing children at 2 nurseries, raise serious concerns about the effectiveness of Ofsted's inspection regime for the early years, which currently rates 98% of providers as good or outstanding. So can I ask the Secretary of State what she's doing to ensure that Ofsted urgently brings forward the reform of their early years inspection framework so that it is fit for purpose? Will she review the current requirements for safeguarding training for early years practitioners and for the use of CCTV to ensure that all staff are appropriately trained and that the requirements are fit for purpose? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State's colleagues in the Home Office have decided not to implement the version of mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse recommended by Professor Alexis Jay in the ICSA report, citing the workload that it would create. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that workload should not be a consideration when it comes to the safety of children? And can I ask her to go back to her colleagues in the Home Office to urge them to rethink this decision and to implement the more robust mandatory reporting obligation set out by Professor Jay, which includes criminal sanctions for non-compliance? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State spoke about the support that is being provided quite rightly to the victims and the families who are the victims of Vincent Chan. Can she say a bit more about how support will be made available to those children and their families so that they can draw on it throughout their lives whenever they need it?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chair of the Select Committee raises questions relating to Ofsted. I know the Right Honourable Lady did so as well, and I'll respond in some detail on that. It is important that we understand what has happened here to make sure we, as far as we can, prevent this ever happening again. It is critical that the local safeguarding partners conclude their investigations, and we will work with them and with the Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel. But we will also work with Ofsted to review the regulation of nursery chains. Ofsted keep all settings under review and conduct visits where risk assessments deem this necessary. But the horrific crimes that we are discussing today are an important reminder that we expect providers to be vigilant across all early year settings, and it's important that settings and staff do report and act on concerns quickly as part of an open safeguarding culture. I've set out to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, my intentions around considering CCTV and the use of digital devices, and I would, as always, appreciate the input from the Select Committee and from the Chair as we take that work forward. Around the wider need to make reforms in child protection and children's safeguarding matters, on the 9th of April, the Government published a progress update to address the recommendations from ICSA, including the establishment of a Child Protection Authority to provide stronger national oversight of child protection. We'll be launching a consultation shortly on how we take this forward, and I will continue to discuss all of the related matters with colleagues at the Home Office.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement and for the briefing that officials provided to me. The details of this case are harrowing and deeply disturbing. My first thoughts are with the families affected, and I sincerely hope they're getting all the support and care they need. Sadly, however, this latest heinous case is part of a distressing pattern that is emerging in early years settings across the country, where safeguarding practices have not been followed or are proving insufficient to prevent babies and young children coming to harm. Less than 3 months ago, Roxana Lecker was jailed for 8 years on 21 counts of child cruelty when she worked at Riverside Nursery, Twickenham Green, in my constituency. And just last year, another nursery worker was jailed for manslaughter following the tragic death of Gigi Mihan in Cheadle. BBC Panorama exposed a worrying level of abuse and neglect in nurseries across the country. So while she's rightly said that lessons will be learned from the Camden case, it is clear that we already urgently need to strengthen safeguard in early years settings. The Safeguarding Panel review in the Twickenham Green case and the parents of the children affected have set out clearly 3 broad areas for change. Transparency around who is working in our early years settings, what qualifications and what training they've had, and their history and vetting. What consideration has the Secretary of State given to looking at an early years practitioner register Australia, as Australia has recently proposed? Secondly, monitoring. In the Twickenham Green and Gigi Mihan cases, CCTV was vital in securing convictions and might have caught Chan sooner, and I welcome her announcement today. But will the Secretary of State would now seriously consider mandating CCTV in nurseries with a requirement for management to regularly review footage and Ofsted to routinely check footage at inspections? And thirdly, accountability. The Vincent Chan and Twickenham Green cases involved nursery chains. Will the Secretary of State set out a timeline for when Ofsted will start corporate inspections of nursery chains and ensure that when serious safeguarding issues are found in one setting, inspections are triggered across the chain? Madam Deputy Speaker, no parent should have to worry about that their child is safe when they head off to work, but our most vulnerable are repeatedly being let down. She rightly said keeping children safe is one of the most important duties in our society. Ministers urgently need to act to do so, and we stand ready to work with them.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady and for her engagement with officials in discussing these matters. It's an area where I believe will be most effective if we can work across the House in addressing the very serious concerns that have been raised here, but also in a number of other cases to which she makes reference. Around the use of CCTV and whether it ought to be mandatory in use in early years settings, that will be an area that I would ask the expert advisory group to consider when they look at guidance. There are differing views across the sector and amongst parents and carers, because whilst there could clearly be benefits associated with the use of CCTV, others have raised concerns about the potential for misuse of such recordings, and we need to ensure that any guidance or changes are brought forward in line with the evidence to make sure that it leads to appropriate use of CCTV in settings and appropriate use of devices in settings. In terms of the role of Ofsted, Madam Deputy Speaker, from next April, Ofsted will inspect new early years providers within 18 months of opening and move towards inspecting all providers at least once every 4 years compared to 6 years previously. Ofsted will receive additional funding to enhance the quality of inspection by strengthening quality assurance processes and providing targeted training for inspectors. We are working with Ofsted to introduce reporting on larger nursery chains, so issues that span a group of providers can be addressed. And Ofsted will always continue to keep all settings under review to make sure that visits take place when risk assessments deem this necessary. And now, as the local review does its work, which will take place led by an independent reviewer, a reviewer independent of the local authority and local safeguarding partners, we will of course consider any recommendations that come forward through that work that have wider implications in terms of the sector and in children's safeguarding. And I will of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, continue to keep members updated on progress.
Sadiq.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I thank the Secretary of State for Education for her statement and for reassuring us that this case has been given the importance and urgency that it deserves. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is every parent's worst nightmare, and I want to pay tribute to my constituents and the brave parents who are here today to watch the proceedings, not just because they want justice for their own children, but because they want to make sure that never again are children put in this situation. There are a number of requests from the parents in my constituency, and I recognise the Secretary of State won't be able to answer all of them, but I would be grateful if she could write to me on whether she has considered enhanced background checks for everyone working with children, enabling the use of safeguarding CCTVs in nurseries and early years providings, a mandatory 2-adult supervision rule for all nurseries and childcare practices. Is she looking into expanding Ofsted ratings to include a clear assessment of nurseries' digital device policies and controls? Is she looking into establishing an independent state-run safeguarding reporting body that parents can approach directly when concerns are raised, as there was in this particular nursery? And such a body must be fully resourced to investigate childcare providers without reliance on internal nursery procedures. And finally, could I ask the Secretary of State, will she ask the Prime Minister if the Prime Minister will meet with me and affected parents to discuss not just this particular case, but to discuss how we strengthen the safeguarding process and the accountability of large childcare providers in our country?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I join with her in paying tribute to the families for their bravery, for their courage, and I cannot begin to imagine the trauma and pain that they are experiencing as a result of these heinous crimes. And I'm pleased that my honourable friend is such a powerful champion and voice for children and families, both in her community and for children and families across our country. She raises a number of important questions. I will, of course, respond to her fully in writing to the best of my ability, given some of the limitations that we are continuing to operate under in this case. But I can give her the assurance that the Prime Minister would be happy to meet with the families affected. And we will also, at that meeting, be able to discuss further many of the questions that they have, many of the questions that she has rightly raised on their behalf today in this House.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, this is appalling, and it's quite right that the thoughts of all of us are with the families affected, and the government does everything it can to mitigate cases like this from recurring in future. Can the Secretary of State tell the House when she expects the findings of the review to come forward, and what additional steps the government is looking at in order to ensure that parents and anyone with safeguarding concerns can report them much more easily?
The local review will get underway immediately. It will be led by an independent reviewer, someone who is independent of the local safeguarding partnership, and from the point at which the independent reviewer takes post, there will be 6 months for that report to come forward. But the chair of the national panel will keep in close contact with the local reviewer during this time to track progress and any emerging challenges or issues, and which will of course be shared with the Department for Education if that is necessary. He is right to highlight that safeguarding is a responsibility for all of us, to challenge, to question, to report what we see, and that's why the reforms that we will set out in response to Alexis Jay's review through the Child Protection Authority will be an important means by which we can do that. But we, all of us, have to be ever vigilant, willing to challenge and question, but also to believe children where they are able to speak and tell us what they have experienced. Take that seriously, act upon their concerns. This is a responsibility not just for staff in early years settings, it is a responsibility for all of us right across society.
Sam Carling.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this awful case underlies how important it is that we implement the recommendations from the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse as soon as possible. But as my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, has set out, the Home Office has set out plans not to implement the ICS recommendation on mandatory reporting in full. I spoke at report stage of the Crime and Policing Bill to set out why this will leave children vulnerable. Will the Secretary of State ask the relevant minister from her department to meet me to discuss these concerns in more detail and find a solution?
I understand the concerns that my honourable friend raises, and the importance of making sure that we have the strongest possible protections for all children to keep them safe from harm. It's why we did provide a progress update rising out of the recommendations from ICSA, including the establishment of a Child Protection Authority, and we'll be setting out more shortly, including launching a consultation on how we take this forward. But I would, of course, speak to colleagues in the Home Office to make sure that my honourable friend has the meeting that he requests to discuss this further.
Caroline Bowden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I just start by saying that I echo the comments of the Secretary of State and all members that my thoughts are with the families affected by this awful case. There is a concerning lack of accountability once a setting shuts down, even if it is part of a chain, and currently there is no mechanism to ensure that chain providers have corporate responsibility when harm occurs. So how will the Minister address this? And if a setting is closed down and deregistered from Ofsted, what assurances can she give parents that individual staff members are further checked and vetted before they go on to work elsewhere? Thank you.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. We are, as a department, working with Ofsted to review the regulation of nursery chains to make sure that parents can see strengths and areas of concern across the chain and where appropriate action can be taken. I recognise the additional questions she asks about the nature of regulation and the importance of preventing rules from being exploited. I will make sure that she receives a full response from Ofsted, setting out their approach and any changes that they are considering to respond to the questions that she asks.
Jen Croft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this appalling case, I think all of our thoughts are with the families of those children affected, and I don't think we can even begin to understand the impact that that will have on those children throughout their lives, and there will be a whole load of support that will need to be brought in to protect them and actually deal with the knock-on effects that they will be experiencing. I am brought to mind of a case that's been brought to my attention with another group of extremely vulnerable individuals, and these are older children but with complex and severe learning disabilities. A parallel, I can't talk too much about it because it's a live case, but a parallel that struck me was where serious safeguarding concerns have been identified and given weight in one setting when that organisation is part of, in this case, a larger chain of nurseries. In the case where I am, a multi-academy trust, it does raise questions as to whether that body can be trusted with safeguarding more widely, and are there plans in place to look at that corporate responsibility and to, rather than just see it as an individual isolated incident, to look across the piece. And a similar parallel, I understand that it was a whistleblower that brought this case to the attention of the police in the first place. And I would just like to know what measures will be introduced to protect whistleblowers in cases such as these, particularly when the person and the organisation to whom the whistleblower is reporting may be compromised.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and she raises a number of important concerns around where groups can operate both either in early years settings or schools, and the importance of making sure that we have the right framework in place to take action where that is necessary. This is something that we are taking an active approach on both in early years and also in schools, working with Ofsted on these key points. I recognise the limitations in what she is able to say in the chamber today about the case that she mentions, but I, of course, or my honourable friend, the Minister, would be willing to meet with her to discuss further her concerns in this area and what more we can do to make sure that we keep all children safe from harm. She raises the question of whistleblowing. I won't comment on the case in particular here, given the local review is underway, but of course whistleblowers do continue to enjoy protection under the law in the action that they take to protect others from harm, and of course through the progress against Alexis Jay's review we will be taking further action around mandatory reporting as we've discussed today.
Mark Pritchard.
The whole House's thoughts are with the victims and the victims' families, but would the Education like to join me in praising the Metropolitan Police team that brought this case to charge, and in particular Detective Superintendent Lewis Basford and his team, and of course the CPS. It must have been harrowing for them to investigate it and bring it to charge. But more generally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's an estimated 500,000 sexually abused children in this country every year. And according to the National Crime Agency, 840,000 individuals are currently posing a sexual risk to children. And there are, shockingly, 400,000 searches a month in this country for child sexual abuse images. Clearly, this country, while still safer than many, has a problem, and that problem often starts online. So what more can the government do to ensure that the owners of tech companies, not just the managers, are held to account when they're not taking action against the downloading of such images and viewing, and what more the government can do. And just more generally, she mentions the Child Protection Authority that might be coming forward. Can I just encourage her not to move away from the great work that the National Crime Agency is doing? It's done a lot more in this area over recent years, had a lot of success. It has the resources, it has the manpower, it has technology, and I just wouldn't want their excellent work to be overshadowed by any new authority. And given that local police forces don't have the resources and are overstretched already, what more can be done at a national level to coordinate across the police forces in England, Wales, in particular West Mercia, my own area, with the National Crime Agency, in order that we can see a reduction in this viewing?
The Honourable Gentleman raises a number of important points, and he is right to thank the police for their thorough work in what has been a complex, extremely complex and harrowing investigation. And I want to pay tribute to all of those who've been involved to this point in supporting the victims and the families, and those who will be involved in taking forward further work in this area. He is also right to draw attention to the scale of child sexual abuse that we still sadly see in our country. Before I came to this House, I worked with many of those who had been affected by child sexual abuse. I understand the lifelong impact it can have on many, many people. I understand also that for a very long time we have not been serious enough as a society in encouraging those who have experienced appalling abuse, including in childhood, to seek the support that they need and the advice that they will need, often for many, many years into the future. And a key issue that we've often faced in that regard has been the fact that where children have come forward to report abuse, they haven't always been believed by those in positions of authority, and that has to change, which is why the culture shift that is required is as important as any legislative measures that we need to take, so that children are believed when they report abuse and that action follows, and that those in positions of authority where they fail to do so face consequences for their actions and their failure to take forward allegations by children and others. He also references the appalling scale of what we see online. We will continue to work with Home Office colleagues on this issue, and of course I will look carefully at what he said around the development of the Child Protection Authority. We will be setting out more details to the House in due course and to update members in this area, alongside a consultation that will allow views to be aired about the best way forward in setting this out.
Jazz Aswal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for Education for the statement and the urgency and the respect she has shown this particular case. And can I put it on record that I agree with the sentiments of this House and the urgency that we need to deal with this particular case and potential cases in the future that we must stop. Madam Deputy Speaker, the police have to be commended, but before that, the trigger point, which was started by the whistleblower, also, that's where it started. We have to look at two things, because the pain that is being suffered by the parents is unimaginable, and the trauma by the children will be felt for years and generations to come. Can the Secretary of State assure me that the unregistered, unregulated settings are also looked at very quickly, and the lessons learned from this particular case is shared amongst all the settings across the entire country, so everybody learns the lessons, not just this particular setting or chain?
I agree very strongly with my honourable friend, and alongside what he has set out, of course, we are, in bringing forward the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, we are taking a number of important steps to improve safeguarding. And the bill brings forward bold new measures to keep children safe, including a legal obligation for safeguarding partners to work hand in hand with education and childcare settings, because we know it's often teachers and early years staff who first see the signs of abuse and neglect. And that runs alongside the establishment of a Child Protection Authority, a new national body, which will have expertise, authority and a single mission to protect children. And through that work and through the development of the Child Protection Authority, we will be in a stronger position to make sure that where there are lessons to learn in individual cases, that is shared and spread much more widely so that we can keep children safe from harm.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for her clear commitment, reassuring and encouraging commitment to take the steps that are necessary, that everybody in this House wants, and everybody out there who's a parent or who looks at this case, they want it as well. And just to say that it's inconceivable, Madam Deputy Speaker, to try and comprehend what has happened. I just can't take it in. But our thoughts are very much with the parents and the children at this time. This is a devastating case and will be a prolonged impact on all children and parents involved. So I'm very pleased that the person involved has pleaded guilty and is due to be sentenced, and hopefully a strict punishment. What lesson can be learned from this case in relation to whistleblowing, and to ensure that staff and colleagues feel safe enough to report anything unusual without the fear of not being protected, as the case was really only ever discovered due to minor concerns, which turned out to be much, much more.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. The local review, which will come forward shortly, will give us the position to consider what lessons there are from this case, but also what wider questions require a policy response, either from government or from others, about how we can do more to keep children safe. It's right they do their work thoroughly and carefully, as we would expect. But there is, of course, the ongoing need to make sure that all settings are as safe as possible for our children. And as part of that work, particularly around early years settings, we strengthened the requirements in September 2025 and introduced a wide range of strengthened safeguarding measures to the early years foundation stage, and that does include enhanced recruitment practices to prevent further unsuitable individuals from working with children, and new whistleblowing requirements alongside that to help ensure that all early years educators understand how to escalate any safeguarding concerns that they have.
That is the end of the statement on the Camden nursery sexual abuse case. I'll allow the front benches a few moments to shuffle over before we move on to our second statement. If members can settle down, we can start the Home Office statement on the Dawn Sturgis inquiry, and I call the Minister Dan Jarvis.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make a statement on the Dawn Sturgis inquiry, which has today published its report. I start, Madam Deputy Speaker, with Dawn Sturgis. The untimely and sudden death of a much-missed mother, partner, daughter, sister and friend is a deeply personal tragedy. And today we keep her and her loved ones in our thoughts and in our prayers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 4th of March 2018, Sergei and Yulia Skripal were targeted by the GRU, the Russian Military Intelligence Services. 3 GRU agents flew to the UK intent on killing Sergei Skripal. 2 agents, known as Alexander Petrov and Ruslan Basharov, travelled to Salisbury and contaminated the door handle of Sergei's house with the nerve agent Novichok, with callous and despicable disregard for others who might enter or leave that address. Sergei and Yulia were poisoned and spent weeks in a critical condition. Others, including Detective Sergeant Nick Bailey, were harmed as they responded to the incident. Then, on the 30th of June 2018, Charlie Rowley gave his partner Dawn Sturgis a gift of a Nina Ricci perfume bottle. She sprayed her wrists with the contents. Tragically, the bottle contained Novichok and had been recklessly thrown away by Petrov and Bashirov as they left Salisbury 4 months earlier. Dawn died at Salisbury Hospital on the 8th of July 2018. An inquest was opened. However, it was clear that a proper examination of Dawn Sturgis's death would require a statutory public inquiry, which has been chaired by Lord Hughes. Today, after an extensive and painstaking process, the inquiry has published its report. The inquiry has found that those who were involved in the assassination attempt against Sergei Skripal were morally responsible for Dawn's death, and that deploying a highly toxic nerve agent in a busy city was an astonishingly reckless act. The Chair concludes that the operation must have been signed off at the highest level of the Russian state, including President Putin. Now, in respect to the emergency services treatment of Dawn, the inquiry found that she received entirely appropriate medical care, but that tragically her condition was unsurvivable. In terms of preventability, the Chair has concluded that the government's public health advice following the attack on the Skripals was reasonable. He also found that although there were failings in the management of Sergei Skripal, the risk of assassination by Russian personnel was reasonably assessed, and based on that assessment, he did not need a new identity. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the inquiry has been clear in its findings of responsibility, and we must respond equally unequivocally. Now, I've described the acute threat that Russia poses to the UK and to our national security to honourable members in the House previously. Its recent acts have ranged from murdering Alexander Litvinenko, using a deadly nerve agent in Salisbury, espionage, arson, cyber attacks, and the targeting of UK parliamentarians for interference operations. Since 2018, the UK has been at the forefront of the response against Russia. In direct response to the poisonings, the then government expelled 23 Russian undeclared intelligence officers. This triggered the expulsion of over 150 Russian diplomats by 28 countries, including NATO allies. The UK has subsequently committed to prevent the rebuild of Russian intelligence and to remove Russian dirty money in the UK, developed legislative powers to harden the UK's defences against state threats, and delivered new port and border powers, increased security checks on goods from Russia, and banned Russian-owned or linked aircraft from entering the UK. The invasion of Ukraine introduced a stark new reality and demonstrated Russia's intent to undermine European security as well as global security. The UK has led the way, standing by Ukraine and providing unprecedented military, humanitarian and diplomatic support. In total, the UK has committed £21.8 billion for Ukraine and has sanctioned over 2,900 individuals, entities and ships. This government is proud to be at the forefront of the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine in defending its sovereignty and security. Now, this has inevitably made the UK a target for increased hostile activity by Russia. Following an arson attack in East London in May of 2024, the then Home Secretary warned of a pattern of Russian malign activities across Europe, which had reached UK soil. In response, the UK expelled the Russian defence attaché and removed diplomatic status from Russian properties believed to have been used for intelligence purposes. We are determined that the UK remains a hard operating environment for the Russian intelligence services. In October last year, we sanctioned 3 Russian agencies and 3 senior figures who were attempting to undermine and destabilise Ukraine and its democracy. And in July, the UK sanctioned and exposed 3 GRU units and 18 of their military intelligence officers for the targeting of Yulia Skripal and cyber operations in support of Putin's illegal war in the Ukraine. Yet we are now grappling with an increasingly reckless methodology. The Director General of MI5 recently highlighted Russian state actors turning to proxies for their dirty work, recruiting disposable individuals on social media platforms, instructing them via encrypted apps, and then offering payment in cryptocurrencies. UK law enforcement has secured convictions in several significant cases just this year. 6 individuals spying for Russia, 6 men involved in an arson attack on a warehouse supplying Ukraine, an individual who attempted to offer services to Russian intelligence, and a former MEP who accepted bribes to promote pro-Russian narratives in the EU Parliament. These cases serve as a strong reminder for anyone seeking to facilitate or undertake hostile state activity for Russia on UK soil. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government remains committed to providing our law enforcement partners with the tools that they need to tackle these threats. We've specified Russia on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme to make it even more challenging to conceal relationships with the Russian state. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I can now announce that the government is going further. Today, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has imposed a further cost on the Russian regime by sanctioning the GRU under the Russia sanctions regime, along with several associated individuals. These sanctions recognise the continued reckless and destabilising activity of the GRU, which seeks to undermine Ukraine, European security and the safety of the United Kingdom. They will include sanctions against 8 GRU officers under the cyber sanctions regime and 3 GRU officers under the Russia sanctions regime who have been implicated in hostile activity across Europe. We are also summoning the Russian ambassador to hold Russia to account for its responsibility for the tragic death of a British citizen. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's also been extensive misinformation and disinformation relating to these horrific and barbaric poisonings. This inquiry has categorically rejected those falsehoods, and this government continues to reject the lies spread by Russia through its propaganda and through its paid mouthpieces. I wish to wholeheartedly, I'm sure on behalf of the whole House, thank Lord Hughes and his team. This was a considerable task of great importance, and they have collectively approached it with diligence, care and sensitivity. I also want to take, I'm sure on behalf of the whole House, the opportunity to thank the first responders, military personnel, the scientists, the medical practitioners and all of those responsible for responding to the attack. They are the very best of us, and I know that members right across the House will join me today in paying tribute to them for the important work that they do to keep us safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, Dawn Sturgis was the victim of an utterly reckless and dangerous act, a chemical weapons attack perpetrated by Russia on British soil. The pain and suffering it has caused can never be underdone. But we must honour Dawn Sturgis's memory, uphold truth and justice, and keep everyone in our country safe. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Chris Phil.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, let me start by thanking the Security Minister for advance sight of his statement and setting out straight away that the opposition, of course, fully support the government's work in keeping our country safe. And I think I agree with and support everything the Security Minister said in his statement just a moment ago. I particularly welcome the additional sanctions that he announced in relation to certain members of the Russian security services. I also join with the Security Minister in remembering Dawn Sturgis, who lost her life as a result of this reckless and barbaric attack, leaving highly dangerous chemical weapons lying around was a reckless undertaking by those Russian agents, and Dawn Sturgis's death lies squarely at their door. I also pay tribute to Sergei and Yulia Skripal for the bravery they have shown when faced with targeting by agents of the Russian state who came to this country specifically with the purpose in mind of killing them. I also pay tribute to the emergency services and security services, as the Security Minister did, who responded so bravely, and some of whom, like Detective Sergeant Nick Bailey, themselves were harmed as they responded to this attack. The emergency services and security services on that day and in the days following, I think, distinguished themselves greatly, and I know the whole House will want to thank them for the work they did. Now, the chair of the inquiry concluded, as the Security Minister said, that this operation would have been signed off, would have been agreed to at the very highest level of the Russian state by President Putin himself. And that, I think, makes an important point, that Russia is a dangerous and a hostile state, and that Vladimir Putin is a dangerous and hostile leader, a man who this inquiry has found personally sanctioned the assassination of civilians on British soil. And of course, the atrocities that the Russian state and President Vladimir Putin perpetrate are not confined to those we've discussed today. We've seen on their own soil the Russian state murder domestic political opponents like Alexei Navalny. We've seen them shoot down civilian airliners. We have seen them interfere across Africa. And we have seen Putin support former President Assad of Syria in persecuting civilians in Syria, including supporting the use of chemical weapons. So we should be in no doubt at all about the threat that Russia and President Putin pose, not just on our soil, not just in Russia or in Ukraine, but across the whole world. And I think there is a lesson there for the way that we in the West collectively consider the Ukraine conflict, which the Security Minister spoke about. I think the actions we've been discussing this afternoon are one of many reasons why we in the West should be steadfast and unwavering in our support for Ukraine. The lessons of history are quite clear. Appeasement doesn't work. Showing weakness when faced with an aggressive dictator simply emboldens them. And I hope those people in our government and other governments, particularly the American administration, keep that in mind as they conduct negotiations in the coming days and weeks. Now, I know the Security Minister will not be able, quite rightly, to be able to comment on details, but I know the House will appreciate an update and assurances about the work being done to protect us domestically against Russian threats. He didn't mention in his speech cyber threats, and we know, of course, that Russia actively and repeatedly, he did mention it, I do apologise, he did mention it, Russia repeatedly and deliberately target both governmental infrastructure and private sector IT infrastructure. And an update on the work he is leading to counter that would be welcome so far as he is able to, and whether he can give any indication as to whether we are proactively engaged in degrading Russia's capability in that area. I appreciate there are severe limitations around what he can say, but any indication he can provide to the House, I think, would be very much appreciated. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the lessons which we can draw from this episode relate not just to Russia, but relate to any state where we have intelligence or information that they are engaged in aggressive, hostile acts. And we know, of course, that it's not just Russia. Other states, including China, are engaged in different but potentially equally damaging espionage and other activity on our soil. And the lesson that this episode, I think, teaches us is that we can't be complacent. We can't prioritise, for example, economic links above national security. We need to be on the front foot when it comes to these threats. And in that spirit, and drawing that lesson from this episode, perhaps the Security Minister can explain to the House why China is not in the enhanced tier of FIRS, which, in my opinion, it should be, and why the government appears to be contemplating granting planning consent for a super embassy for China on a very sensitive site close to sensitive communications infrastructure, and from which it is very likely China will conduct large-scale espionage activities. The lesson this episode teaches us is that we can't be complacent, and we must be active and energetic in protecting our national interest. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in general terms, I fully support the direction of travel the Security Minister has set out, and of course the opposition will support him personally and the government in the work they're doing to keep our country safe.
Jarvis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for his response and the tone of it? I'm very grateful for it. I think he will have noted from my opening remarks that the gravity and the seriousness with which I attach to the matter at hand, and I know that he and Right Honourable and Honourable members opposite will have noted that in my opening statement I spoke seamlessly about the work done by the previous government and this one, because I believe that standing against Russia and the threat that they pose to our national security should be and is a shared endeavour across this House. And I pay tribute to the work that the previous government did at the time of 2018 and beyond that in standing against the threat that we face. And wherever possible, we should work closely together on it. I thought the Shadow Home Secretary very accurately characterised the nature of the threat. I agree with what he said with regard to Russia and with regard to Putin, and it is impossible to overstate the seriousness of this attack and other activity that he characterised. He spoke about Ukraine, and I'm grateful to him for doing so. And again, I do want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the previous government for the commitment that they made to defending Ukraine. I think it should be a matter of great pride across this House that perhaps above almost everything else, it is something that binds this House together. There is a unity of purpose amongst us all in ensuring that we stand together to support Ukraine in their fight against Russia. And I give him and the House an absolute commitment that we will continue the work of the previous government. Genuinely, I was really pleased that he asked about cyber, because cyber is something that I am particularly keen to ensure that we coordinate our activity across government as effectively as we possibly can. In truth, it was one of the reasons why the Prime Minister made the machinery of government change back in September to ensure that the Security Minister now sits across both departments, the Home Office and the Cabinet Office, so that I can more effectively coordinate that work. He will know that the government introduced the Cyber Resilience Bill just a couple of weeks ago, and from a Home Office perspective, we are working hard on the ransomware proposals that we consulted on earlier in this year. He was right to make the important point about the work that we do with regard to positively degrading the nature of the threats that he described. He knows that I'm very limited in terms of what I can say about that, but I know that he will join with me in paying tribute to the very important work that the National Cyber Force do. It didn't come as a huge surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Shadow Home Secretary, and in truth I don't blame him for doing so, took the opportunity to raise the issue of China. I hope he's had the chance to look at what I said this morning at Cabinet Office oral questions and what I said in response to an urgent question from my honourable friend yesterday with regard to the government's position on China. I hope he's taken the opportunity to look precisely at what I said about the embassy. With regard to FIRS, I completely understand the points that he has made. The government continues to keep this under very close review, and I hope that we'll have more to say about it in due course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My thoughts are also with the family of Dawn Sturgis. In 2010, Putin said, and I quote, "Traitors would kick the bucket, believe me." Post-Litvinenko, how can it be our country can afford protection for, say, a former Prime Minister such as Liz Truss, but not for an asset such as Sergei Skripal? Yesterday's story in the Iron newspaper underlines the issue about Russian agents infiltrating into our society, and the points that the Minister makes across the board are so well put. But given Putin has no concern, as we've heard, for life, least of all in his own country, can the Minister confirm that he is working with all departments across government to assure the British public of their safety and their security?
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, I'm grateful to him for his contribution and the work that he does chairing his committee. The quote he described is chilling, and in response to the point that he made yesterday about the coverage in the Iron newspaper, I can give him the assurances that he seeks and tell him and the House that we take all national security threats incredibly seriously. This government has acted decisively by introducing tougher legislation, enforcing sanctions and working closely with our international partners to make the UK one of the most challenging environments for our adversaries to operate in. That continues to be an absolute priority in terms of securing our national security, and I am absolutely determined to ensure that the United Kingdom is the hardest possible target for our adversaries.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the Security Minister for speaking for the whole House when he gave our sincere condolences to Dawn Sturgis' family, when he paid tribute to the emergency and security services, but also when he gave his thoughts for those affected in the Novichok attack. Madam Deputy Speaker, a government's primary role is to keep our country safe. This report into the tragic killing of Dawn Sturgis on the streets of UK by Russian agents in their attempt to assassinate Sergei Skripal is damning. The report has found Vladimir Putin was responsible for a death of an innocent British citizen on our shores. Basic protections were not in place. Sergei was a clear target from Russian state assassins. The inquiry states that he was resettled in the UK under his own name. Russia used this to track him down, and MI5 failed to rename him. Can the Minister confirm to the House why the security services left him in an alarmingly accessible situation, despite clearly being an identified target of Russian state assassination, including residing in Salisbury in his own name? How has the security services justified to the Minister their apparent failure to implement even basic protective measures, such as CCTV, alarms or secure accommodation? Worryingly for UK security, Putin's assassins had no trouble locating him. That failure put him at risk, but exposed the wider public in Salisbury and across the country. That contributed to the death of Dawn, an entirely innocent member of the public. Last year, the Sturgis family's legal team described the Skripals as sitting ducks due to failings that should have been foreseen by MI5. Given the preventable deaths and public risk, what accountability measures will the government take to ensure MI5 protects both vulnerable individuals and the wider public? Considering the threat Russia poses to world security, especially security at home, will the government finally seize the £30 billion in Russian frozen assets across the UK, including Sutton Place in my constituency of Woking? And finally, the government needs to see this report as a turning point for the threat Russia poses to the UK. Will they launch an investigation into Russian interference in British politics to ensure no more UK politicians, like the former leader of the Reform Party in Wales, will be bribed with Russian money?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, let me say at the outset that he's absolutely right about the importance of keeping our country safe, and I give him an assurance that we take that incredibly seriously. Of course, we will look very carefully at the detail of this report. He asked me about the accountability mechanisms that exist in government, and I can give him an assurance that the Home Secretary and I take our responsibilities to hold the security services to account very, very seriously indeed. And that is a process that the new Home Secretary and myself dedicate a significant amount of time to every single week. But I do think that we have to be crystal clear that the inquiry's report states unequivocally that the responsibility lies with the Russian state. The chair of the report found that the operation to assassinate Sergei Skripal was authorised at the highest level and concluded that it would not have taken place without the approval of President Putin. The use of a military-grade nerve agent on British soil was a violation of international law and a truly despicable act. And the responsibility for that lies with Russia and Russia alone. Now, he entirely reasonably asked me about the seizing, the confiscation of sovereign Russian assets. I can give him assurance that we take that incredibly seriously as well. Our priority is to ensure that all of the options that we consider with regard to that particular matter are in line with international law and are economically and financially responsible. But Russia must be held accountable for the terrible damage that they've done in Ukraine, and we will do whatever we can to make sure that they are held accountable and that they are made to pay for their actions. His final point was an important one and was about the interference by Russia in our democracy. I chair the Defending Democracy Task Force, which has recently had its mandate renewed by the Prime Minister. These are matters that we take incredibly seriously. We use the task force as the fulcrum point across government to ensure that we have a whole-of-system response that draws together both government departments and law enforcement, and I give him an assurance of the priority that we attach to that work. But it is something that I believe should be a cross-party endeavour. So if the honourable member or if other members of this House wish to discuss it with me further, I'd always be very happy to do that.
Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The day a British citizen died on British soil as a result of a Russian attack ought to have been a wake-up call for everyone in this country, and I recognise the steps the previous government took and this one is taking to address that threat. The reality is Russian planes and ships menace our airs and waters. Their cyber attacks have hit our NHS and councils, including Redcar and Cleveland's, and their propaganda has been disseminated by British politicians and online as well. And so will the Security Minister agree with me that where the British public are concerned, this is not a distant threat elsewhere in the world, it is here now affecting them today? And can I push him specifically on the point around social media disinformation and what steps he can take working with DCIT to address it in this country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right about the threat. It isn't a distant matter. It is one that quite literally impacts on the lives of our citizens every single day. I give him an assurance of how seriously we take these matters, but he's also, I think, right to raise the issue of mis- and disinformation. Again, through the Defending Democracy Task Force, these are matters that we keep under very close review. He's right to mention the important contribution that is required of DCIT, work very closely with DCIT and with other government departments on these matters. We keep a constant vigilance. I think that there is more, in truth, that we need to do, and I'll be having further conversations with my ministerial colleagues about that particular matter.
Honourable Member of Parliament for Salisbury, John Glenn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Security Minister for early sight of his statement, and can I thank him most warmly for the way that he has presented the government's response this afternoon. As someone who has spent previous life in Salisbury and South Wiltshire, I think he has served the people of my constituency very well, and I'm very pleased also with the remarks of the Shadow Home Secretary. This report today was written as a consequence of the need to bring clarity, to understand unequivocally who was responsible for what happened in 2018. But I think it's important to remember the huge impact it had on Salisbury, and obviously the tragedy that befell Dawn Sturgis, Charlie Rowley, Detective Sergeant Nick Bailey, and Julian Sergei Skripal. This report is very clear about where responsibility and culpability lies. It lies with President Putin. Russia was responsible, and Putin as an individual was responsible. He personally ordered what happened in Salisbury, and we should never forget it. Putin is a ruthless dictator, not someone deals can be done with. And contrary to one of the candidates in the general election last year in Salisbury who said, I admire him as a political operator, I do not. I never will. I welcome what the Minister has said with respect to additional sanctions, and I would encourage him and his successors to always pursue energetically, with continued vigilance, further necessary measures as required. I welcome what he said about more sophisticated threats emerging on cyber, and I would urge him to extend that to look at what happens with our cloud infrastructure. I just have one question, if I may. Point 6.25 in the report refers to the issue of regular written assessments that were lacking in terms of the ongoing care, if you like, of Sergei Skripal. I think that is the only element that needs serious review for individuals like him in future. But can I finish by thanking the Minister again for the way he has spoken today, which will give huge comfort to my constituents in Salisbury and to the families of those so tragically affected.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I commend the Right Honourable Gentleman for the dignified and diligent way in which he represented his constituency at the time, and for his service since and again today. I know it will be hugely appreciated across the House, and certainly in the great city of Salisbury and across the wider great county of Wiltshire. And he's absolutely right in what he said today. Responsibility for this dreadful attack rests at the top of the Russian regime with President Putin. I give him the assurance that he seeks that this government, and I am sure, certainly hope, any successor governments or ministers will be incredibly vigilant, and we will pursue whatever measures are required. And I've noted the point he made about the cloud, which I think is a good one. In terms of the specific point he made with regard to the regular written assessments, I will take that one away and look closely at it. But again, can I commend him for his service to the great city of Salisbury?
Sean Woodcock.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his statement and pleased to hear of further sanctions. In his statement, he stated that Dawn Sturgis was the victim of an utterly reckless and dangerous act. I would go further and call it a heinous crime, and which responsibility lies with Vladimir Putin among many other such crimes that he is responsible for. But in his statement, he also talked about we must honour Dawn Sturgis' memory. And my question to the Minister, or my plea to the Minister rather, would be that we do that by never allowing Vladimir Putin to escape responsibility or accountability for the crime that was perpetrated in Salisbury on that day.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely agree with the honourable gentleman, and I think he put it very well. The greatest legacy, as well as, of course, remembering the tragic loss of life in this case, would be to ensure that our collective defences as a country are tightened to the extent that such an attack could never happen again. Of course, the Russian regime will be constantly testing our defences, and of course we will have to remain incredibly vigilant. And of course it is the responsibility of government to ensure that we've got the appropriate levels of resource and that the United Kingdom is the hardest possible operating environment for Russia and its proxies. But he's right to remind us of where responsibility for this heinous act lies. It lies with President Putin.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also welcome the statement and indeed the additional sanctions that the Minister has announced today. It's absolutely right we do everything we can to resist Russia's attacks on our security and its attempts to suborn our democracy, and I wholeheartedly agree with him, and it's obviously absolutely right that the traitorous former MEP that the Minister mentioned is now in prison. I speak as the member representing Amesbury, the town that Dawn Sturgis was in when she took the fatal poison, represented at the time by my right honourable friend and neighbour, the member for Salisbury, and I also want to acknowledge his leadership throughout these difficult years for Salisbury and Amesbury. It does appear from the report that the NHS did a good job in its immediate response to the medical emergency that Dawn suffered, but it's also apparent that the wider system around that supported the community in Salisbury and Amesbury, the response was somewhat messy, for perhaps perfectly understandable reasons. Can the Minister assure us that the government generally is looking at our public safety response in the event of crises like this? And can he tell us what more can be done to ensure that in any future event, local communities are properly supported?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to him for the very sensible and constructive nature of the remarks that he's made today. And of course, I recognise his service as a Wiltshire MP and his obvious constituency interest in this matter. I also genuinely welcome the condemnation of the treachery that we have seen recently, and I'm grateful that he made that point as well. He raised, I think, a very sensible and constructive point with regard to the NHS, and I can give him the assurances that he seeks in terms of the government's attention to these matters. One of the reasons why the Prime Minister took the machinery of government change back in September to ensure that the Security Minister I sit across both the Home Office and the Cabinet Office was to maximise the leverage and coordination across government with regard not only to national security policy, but also with regard to our resilience. And we've recently undertaken, I think, the largest ever resilience exercise across government. So he's right to raise that point. I give him an assurance about the seriousness with which we take these matters. Of course, we will look very carefully at the recommendations in that regard within the report, but I'm grateful to him for the comments he's made today.
Chard.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker. The number of Russian spies operating in the UK is the highest it's been since the Cold War. Not my words, but the head of counter-terrorism policing. And I welcome the sanctions today on the GRU, but the Security Minister will know that the United Kingdom is probably regarded as Russia's #1 enemy, not the United States, but the United Kingdom. And he will know also there are other agencies operating internationally and have an international footprint, such as the FSB and SVR, whilst noting and recognising, should we say, diplomatic reciprocity and the importance of that. What more can be done, to quote him, have a hard operating environment for both of those agencies? And finally, are other Russian political dissidents safe here in the United Kingdom? And secondly, given the proliferation of chemical weapons, and we know that a chemical agent and a nuclear agent was used in some of the cases outlined today, and given the breakdown in many countries and the security around chemical weapons in those countries, whether in Africa, whether in other parts of the world, how confident is he that the security services are aware of where those chemical weapons might be and where they might be tempted to be deployed?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman, as I always am, for the expertise and experience that he brings to these matters, not least given his very long-standing service on 2 relevant committees in this place. He mentioned CT Police, and let me use that as an opportunity to pay tribute to the work that they do. I have a very good and close working relationship with CT Police. I think that they do extraordinary work. It is a privilege to stand alongside them, and they are exceptional in the work that they do. It is in part a symptom of the work that the previous government and this government did to make the UK the hardest possible operating target, that increasingly Russia and other malign states are seeking the use of criminal proxies to do their bidding and their business in the United Kingdom. And there is a lot of work taking place, not only across government, but working very closely with our allies in Europe and further afield to ensure that we are best placed to target malign states using criminal proxies. And the Director General of MI5 referenced that in his recent annual threat lecture. So I give him an assurance that in terms of the point about the UK being a hard target, and he will understand better than most that I'm very limited in terms of what I can say about that, and it would be unwise to give detail that would be helpful to our adversaries. But I give him, again, an assurance of the seriousness with which we take these matters. He raised an important point about dissidents, and again, that's something that I keep under very, very close review, and we make sure that we've got the right and most appropriate mechanisms in place to provide security. His point about chemical weapons was well made. We work very closely with our international allies to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to minimise the risk and the threat. That is not easy work, and there are no guarantees of its success, but I do give an assurance of the seriousness with which we take it, and the approach that we want to undertake is to work closely with our allies.
Dave Dugan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I join the Security Minister in acknowledging the memory of Don Sturgis and the sacrifice of Don's partner Charlie and Detective Sergeant Nick Bailey and the fearless first responders. In the 7 years since this attack, we've seen an emboldened Putin increase his aggression across Europe. So can the Minister assure the House today that all lessons around this inquiry will be acted on in full? And will the UK Government continue to work with our EU partners in standing up to Putin's aggression in Europe and underscore that it is our multilateral pursuit of and defence of the international rules-based order that is our strength, and it is his isolationist aggression that will forever be his weakness?
I'm grateful for him, for the comments that he's made, and I can give him the assurances that he seeks. As I know that he will acknowledge, the report was published less than a couple of hours ago, but the government will look very carefully at the findings of it. And I give him and the House an assurance that where there is a requirement to act, we won't hesitate to do so. I think his point about EU partners was well made. We value our relationships with our neighbours, with our EU partners, with our Five Eyes colleagues. I recently met with the G7 to discuss these matters as well. We are much stronger in terms of standing against the nature of the threats that we face when we join up with our international partners, and that absolutely is the right approach. In terms of what he said about a rules-based order, I completely agree with that, and I'm sure all members of this House will. That is the right approach. Respecting international law, standing with our allies, that is the best way in which we can defeat Putin.
William Lewis.
Has the government formed a view as to why President Putin, the killer in the Kremlin, chose to target Sergei Skripal after he had been pardoned and exchanged? Nothing that I'm saying now derives from my time chairing the Intelligence and Security Committee, but I recall speculation in the press that it was because Mr. Skripal had been actively involved with either the British state or the military, or in some way being, should we say, active in opposing the government of the country from which he had been exchanged. If that is the case, then surely the conclusion in paragraph 818 that the only measures which could have avoided the attack would have been such as to hide him completely with an entirely new identity should indeed have been considered, and it's rather surprising that they weren't. So was Skripal engaged in anything that made him a target?
Minister Jarvis.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman knows the very high regard in which I hold him, but he will also understand that he's asked me some important questions, but not necessarily questions that it would be in the interest of our national security for me to get into in any great detail. I can say to him that I have formed a view about the motive that underpins this particular attack, but I'm not going to get into it today. I think and I give him an assurance that we'll look carefully at the point he made about the detail of the report. We will look at that. It was a point raised by the Honourable Gentleman opposite as well, and we will go very carefully through the detail of all of this report, and I will consider what he said today as well. But I think the conclusion that I draw, which is the conclusion that Lord Hughes has drawn, is that responsibility for this attack lies with the Russian estate. And it is the government's responsibility to ensure, mindful of the nature of the threat that we pose, that we do everything to guard against that threat.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To the extent that he's able, can the Minister please explain what steps he's taken to secure UK commercial ports, given reports more recently of individuals with links to the Russian military entering via these routes?
I think it's an entirely reasonable point that the Honourable Lady has made. I think she will understand that I won't want to get too much into the detail of that. We do look at these matters very carefully. We do work across government and with law enforcement and with the intelligence agencies on it. Again, one of the reasons that I now sit across two government departments is to ensure that our response is coordinated as effectively as possible. She's right to raise it. We're doing everything that we possibly can to counter it.
Final question, Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has referred to the threat that Russia poses to UK national security. A former Irish TD, who was also a Deputy Chief of an Irish Army unit, said if you are looking to affect a Western country with extensive assets and poor security culture, then Ireland is ground zero. It's a playground for them, when he was specifically speaking of Russian intelligence. The Minister has rightly referred to working with EU partners, international partners. Can I seek reassurance that he's also working with the Irish Government and Irish security forces to ensure that the Republic of Ireland doesn't become a soft way in to Northern Ireland and indeed the rest of the United Kingdom?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that is an entirely reasonable challenge, and I can give him the assurances that he seeks.
That is the end of the statement. I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over, and we will have the Select Committee statement shortly. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. Tanya Antoniazzi will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which time no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benchers may take part in questioning. And I call Tanya Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for granting me this opportunity to make this statement. It follows the publication on Monday of our report into the Government's new approach to addressing the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland. Getting the approach right is key to protecting more than 20 years of fragile peace in Northern Ireland, which is a truly remarkable achievement. However, the past still casts a shadow over the present for many people, particularly those who have lost loved ones or are injured or suffered significant trauma during the conflict. Unresolved cases of killing, torture and serious injury can poison relations in the present. Our report is a unanimous, cross-party document. It is the culmination of a year's work, and I am grateful to our committee specialist, Dr Joel Ryan-Hume, and our specialist advisor, Dr Eamon O'Kane, for their diligent and sensitive contribution to that. In December last year, my committee launched an inquiry into the Government's then emerging plans. We received almost 80 pieces of written evidence and held 8 evidence sessions with representatives of victims and survivors, veterans, retired police officers and human rights groups. We also heard twice from the Secretary of State. Importantly too, we visited Northern Ireland to hear first-hand from people directly affected by the Troubles. As a cross-party group, we recognise the significance of raising these concerns with a unified voice, and I am deeply appreciative of my colleagues' collaborative spirit in shaping a report built on consensus. This was considered, constructive and consensual work, done at pace to produce a report before the bill returns to the floor of the House for its committee stage. It is our hope the detail contained in it, on which I refer to now, can frame the parameters of debate in this House and beyond across a host of issues. I'll start with the Commission. We found that the current main legacy investigation body, the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery, ICIR, has been unable to garner the kind of trust and authority necessary across the communities to carry out its work effectively. It was clear that its roots in the Legacy Act hampered it from the beginning and that fundamental reform was inevitable. There remain, however, several outstanding issues. On investigations, the Government must address the lack of any specific requirement for the investigations process to be ECHR compliant and the de facto exclusion of most Troubles-related sexual crimes from the Commission's remit. On case referrals, the Government's plans to widen the range of people and organisations who can refer a case to the new Legacy Commission seems sensible. But changes could still be made to the definition of close family member, which would make it more inclusive and reflective of the reality of modern family life. The centralising of appointment powers in the Secretary of State was also raised as an issue, with greater transparency and clear guidance around the appointment processes needed to bolster confidence. And the Government's proposal to reform the Commission's governance and oversight may answer many of the concerns that we heard, but several remain. When it comes to the proposed Victims and Survivors Advisory Group, for example, concerns have been raised about who its members will be and how they will be appointed, and potential duplication of the role performed by the Victims Forum in Northern Ireland. Now to resources. All the reform, goodwill and political impetus in the world will not lead to truth and justice if there is not enough money, either for investigatory or information disclosing bodies. The ICRIR itself has pointed out the increase in demand on its services, something we hope will only continue under the new Commission. And if the Commission is to receive relevant information in a timely manner, the resourcing of organisations such as the PSNI and others with new demands on their records will also need to be considered. Turning to the proposals for inquests. The Government's plans for an enhanced inquisitorial mechanism through the Legacy Commission are seen by some as an improvement on the system produced by the 2023 Act. But concerns persist, including on why judges presiding are to be appointed by ministers rather than through the Northern Ireland Judicial Appointments Commission. Now to veterans. As I said at the outset, we took evidence from veterans' representatives during our inquiry. The Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner, who we heard from twice, most recently told us the government had been listening to veterans' concerns to an extent. But he added that these are not really protections for veterans, so much as safeguards for all witnesses. Indeed, the Commissioner for Victims and Survivors described them to us at the same hearing as welfare that you would want to afford to anyone involved in the process of engaging with the Legacy Commission. Therefore, we concluded that in packaging these as protections rather than safeguards available to all, the government risks undermining trust in this process among the very groups, veterans and others, in which it hopes to instil confidence. And we said that the reopening of previously defective investigations should only take place where necessary for the purposes of ECHR compatibility or owing to new evidence. Information disclosure has been and remains one of the most significant issues with legacy policy. The Troubles Bill assigns the government a new role in balancing information disclosure with national security, something ministers did not undertake under previous legacy measures before the 2023 Act or with Operation Canova, and thus concerns persist about trust, appeal rights and how this provision will operate in practice. On information retrieval, the government plans to move this to a new independent commission, the ICIR. Again, ministers will need to strike a balance, this time between safeguarding the information provided to the Commission so that individuals have the confidence to engage with it and verifying that information so that the public have confidence in its reports. We also heard that there is a lack of detail on the body's relationship with the Legacy Commission and the extent to which an information firewall will exist between them. With regard to the ICIR and in other areas, the Government of Ireland will also have to play a part. There must be more detail on the Irish Government's timeline for introducing similar structures to those being provided here, and more information on the proposed legacy unit in the Garda. To be clear, throughout our inquiry we heard consistently about the lack of commitment to address legacy in Ireland. We were also told by the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission that there has been a lack of compliance in the Republic of Ireland and a lack of commitment to beginning and completing Article 2 investigations. I and some of my committee colleagues met the Irish Government officials on Monday as part of a visit to Dublin, and we were encouraged by the dedication and determination of those involved to establish legacy mechanisms. At this juncture, we urge Dublin to move at pace to show their commitment and mutual good faith and to maximise confidence and the likelihood of successful outcomes. On Monday, we also met with TDs and senators from across the political spectrum. We agreed that the framework, the bill and our report represent an opportunity to take legacy policy forward. And among many of the issues we discussed, we reflected on what it might mean if people from one community hear others in another community say the word sorry. Reconciliation is difficult and cannot be forced on anyone. My committee colleagues and I plan to explore it in more detail next year, but it is clear right now, not least from the brave testimony of victims and survivors during our inquiry, that reconciliation stands a chance of succeeding only if accompanied by people's admissions and acknowledgement of the truth. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, legacy is not only about addressing the past, it is about laying the foundations for a better future. It has been a privilege to lead this vital inquiry, and I am deeply humbled by the courage of those I have met and had the honour to meet. Our committee's report gives the Government the opportunity to pause and reflect on a process that is vital to the future of Northern Ireland. If they do, they will help ensure we can all seize this chance to put the people that matter most, those who lived through the Troubles and still experience its effect today, at the heart of this new approach. And we owe them to get this right, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Sir Julie Lewis.
I agree entirely with the chairman of the committee that reconciliation depends upon uncovering the truth. Does her committee's report go into the incompatibility of that aim with the reinstatement of trials that the previous Legacy Act would have prevented, given that when people face the prospect of being put on trial, they are less likely rather than more likely to say what actually happened?
With regard to veterans going on trial, we did take evidence and we heard those concerns, and it is reflected in our report. So I would happily have a conversation with the Right Honourable Member to pursue this further, and his expertise in this field is very, very welcome from all members of the committee from across this House. So I thank him.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Lady for her excellent speech on our very important report on the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland. And I want to acknowledge the committee staff who are sitting in the gallery, Chloe and Joe, who helped put our report together. Madam Speaker, the very clear message from the families, the representatives and the victims to whom I pay tribute that we met across the province was that they want answers, justice and to finally move on. And so with that in mind, can my honourable friend set out how she thinks members of this House can engage more properly and effectively with colleagues in the Oireachtas and the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that we give full voice to all those affected by the Troubles?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for that question. And I think when we were in when we were in Dublin meeting with the Good Friday Agreement Committee and meeting other members, it is imperative for us and for people in this House, members of Parliament who have not spent time in Northern Ireland, that they engage with what life is like for people and the legacy that they are living with. And I would commend him for the efforts that he is making in encouraging the cross-party and the cross-country, collaboration with our counterparts in Dublin, but also in Northern Ireland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise. I've only just seen this report. I wasn't aware it was coming out in the statement, so forgive me if the Honourable Lady's already covered this. There are two questions emerged from this. One is, one of the biggest criticisms as has passed through the House of Commons and still remains, and I say this as somebody who did serve in Northern Ireland myself, is amongst the veterans is the what appears to be the treatment of veterans and those who committed the atrocities in one and the same way. And this is their real concern, that they're getting mixed up now with the idea of those who started this process and committed the most awful atrocities. The second element is the role of Ireland in this. Their refusal to carry out parallel inquiries, also to play a full part on things like the Omagh bombing, are big questions that have been asked as well. And I wonder to what degree she thinks the government should address those seriously, because there was a distinct refusal on the front bench of the government to actually deal with that particular last issue in any form.
I thank the Right Honourable Member, and I also respect that he has served in Northern Ireland, as we know many people that have. But the Irish Government has pledged to cooperate with the UK public inquiry, but it is clear from what we've heard that victims' families are frustrated with this decision not to commit to its own inquiry on the Omagh bombing. But the lack of progress on the Republic of Ireland's inquiry does remain a profound obstacle to uncovering the truth. But we did hear positive statements when we were in Dublin, and I do have a greater understanding of why, alongside the legacy bill that's going through, the Troubles bill that's going through Parliament now, there may be a misunderstanding, and we urged them as a committee to be more transparent and to be more open with us and with the UK government, so that we do know what they are doing and that they're not hiding anything from us.
And again, I thank my honourable friend for the work that has been done on this report. And building on the question from the honourable gentleman, does the report highlight the importance of making sure that we have ECHR compliant processes in place if we want to ensure that there is a full buy-in from the institutions in the Republic of Ireland in being able to answer the questions that victims and families need them to answer.
I thank my honourable friend for her work and dedication on the committee and her ability to ask the questions that are really ones that need asking. But, we do, the absence of a clear requirement for ECHR compliance is, has been something that has been an issue. So, the fact that we are now moving forward with ECHR compliant investigations is really, really important. And I think those conversations with Dublin and with the Irish Government are key. And as I have said to the right honourable member over there on the other side, that is really important moving forward.
Hartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the committee for their report and to the honourable lady for her speech earlier. But further to the question from my right honourable friend for Chingford, it is on this very important matter of protections for veterans. It really means a lot to those who served in Northern Ireland. It's important to stress when the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland announced these measures back in September when the House was in recess, he said the protections were specifically for veterans. Subsequently, I asked written questions and he admitted that they were available to all potential participants. So does the Honourable Lady agree that we need absolute clarity on whether these protections are unique to veterans or would actually apply to former paramilitaries?
Well, I think that he makes a good point there, but what we need to do is get that clarification from the Secretary of State. I'm not here to give an opinion, I'm here to be able to present what the findings of our report are. And as it said, it calls it protections. Should it be protections and who are they for? We need the clarity around that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my honourable colleague who chaired the process diligently in often receipt of very difficult evidence put forward by those who served and also those involved in the reconciliation process. And on our visit to Dublin, it was great to see and understand how much there has been improvement in relations between the UK government and the Irish government, because that is the only way we are going to deliver what the people need us to deliver. But just to take us to the point of reconciliation, the report lays out a path on how what the government must do to ensure that reconciliation is not lost as part of this process, as Part 4 remains the same as it did in the previous bill. Could the Chair just give us a little bit more detail on what she thinks the government needs to do to ensure reconciliation is delivered at the same time?
Well, I'd also like to thank the honourable member for his contribution, and reconciliation is something that has come out that we're not seeing much detail on, but it is something that we are going to look at as a committee. And I would like to commend the government on its much improved relations with the Irish government, and I think that it is testimony to the Secretary of State and his new minister that we are in this position, and I am very grateful to them for that. But we need to make that work moving forward, look into reconciliation, as the honourable member has mentioned.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend, the Chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, for her report. It was a pleasure to serve under her chairship on that committee for the past year. It's a personal sadness that I'm no longer on that committee. The Honourable Lady mentioned that we received evidence as part of that committee that there was a collective loss of confidence and faith in the ICRIR. But I wonder whether she might take the opportunity to make it clear that we also received evidence that there was no loss of personal faith or confidence in the leadership of that organisation. Sir Declan Morgan impressed us all, I think, with his honour, his decency and his candour. He just happened to be leading an organisation that was compromised for the very fact of its birth. And I wonder if she might pick up that point.
Thank you. And I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank you for the service and for your academic... Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank the honourable member.
The honourable member for his service on the committee, and also his background in academia really brought a really important part to the committee. On his point, I would like to also say that Sir Declan Morgan really did bring integrity to the Commission, and I would like to thank him personally for what he has done. And it wasn't himself, but the setup of the institution he was leading where we saw the evidence that was failing.
On.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair as well for the evidence session, because as this bill now moves to Committee of the Whole House, it will be the only opportunity for witnesses actually to come forward and put their testimonies to the bill and the legislation as it stands. The bill as itself actually has 42 amendments and 5 new clauses already tabled, so I think that shows the interest in this bill and what also needs to be done in further work. In regards to the warm words of the Irish Government, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been involved in those conversations for 14 years. I've heard a lot of warm words, but we've never seen anything on paper or in delivery in regards to legacy of what the Irish Government actually does. So can I seek the Chair's reassurance that she will continue to put pressure on her own front bench to bring forward actual product in regards to that? In regard to one specific recommendation from the committee, it said that it was concerned that related sexual crimes from the new Legacy Commission's remit should actually be included in the bill and addressed. In that case, would the Chair support my new amendment, number 4, which actually seeks to do that?
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I'd like to thank him for the engagement that I have, as he is unfortunately unable to join the committee. And that is a disappointment to me, but that's how procedures work. But I would like to say that I have heard what he says and others have said about the Irish Government's warm words, and I would say that we will, as a committee, continue to have that dialogue and those very frank conversations with them in order, and with our front bench, in order to get the answers that he and others in Northern Ireland require.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all thank the Honourable Lady as Chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee and all those on committee for all that they've done. The Honourable Lady in her last penultimate paragraph referred to, and I quote her, the people who matter the most. The people who matter the most, I believe, Madam Chair, are those who served in uniform, those who died in uniform, who sacrificed for freedom, for liberty and sacrifice. The IRA murderers who have never been made accountable for all the things that have happened. I think on 10th of December, Madam Chair, of 1971, my cousin was murdered. Those who killed him, killed his friend Daniel McCormick, escaped across the border 54 years ago. We're waiting for justice for 54 years, Madam Chair. And we're not the only ones. I could ring them off. I know you wouldn't let me do that, but there's so many who want justice. We want justice. Our families want justice. How will the legacy of the past ensure that those who served this country will get justice and the families will get justice?
Tanya Antoniazzi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say how well respected the Honourable Member for Strangford is, and those words, I will endeavour to fight for his family and for his loss, and ensure that the committee does everything it can to provide justice and provide the evidence and do what we need to do in order to make that wrong a right.
No doubt the House will join me in also backing that statement that we all value and respect the member for Strangford. Right. Business continues. Is the front bench shuffling over? If colleagues are exiting, can they do so swiftly or be seated? If you're seated for now, or are you still shuffling? You're still shuffling, I see. So still shuffling and continues. Yes, quite. A presentation of Bill, Chancellor of the Exchequer.
National Insurance Contributions, Employer Pensions Contributions Bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday the 8th of December.
Monday the 8th of December. We now come to the backbench debate on the war in Ukraine. I call Sir Bernard Jenkin, who will speak for around 15 minutes. Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the motion standing in my name and in the name of many honourable and right honourable members from across the House. And I thank the Backbench Business Committee for providing time for this debate, the first full debate on Ukraine since February this year. And The motion can be summarised very simply as Ukraine must win and can win. And this is because the Russia-Ukraine war was never some regional territorial dispute, as some would like to believe. It has now moved far beyond conventional geopolitics. It is not about territory and cannot be solved by Ukraine ceding territory to Russia. This is because it is an existential clash between competing visions of how global security should be organised and indeed the very nature of our society. This is the result of a long-standing intellectual current within Russia, a mix of imperial nostalgia, nationalist theology, and a deliberate rejection of democracy and the Western rules-based order. Furthermore, this ideological framework isn't fading, it's growing, adapting, and continually finding new ways to justify the unjustifiable, both at home and abroad. Russia's view of a desirable world order is one based on spheres of influence and the right of big countries to impose their will on smaller neighbours. Putin and his henchmen are not politicians, as we would understand. They are intelligence officers and soldiers who have turned the tradecraft of the KGB into the statecraft of the Russian state, in pursuit of building their world order and destroying ours. For this gang of autocrats, an independent Ukraine is not just inconvenient. They cannot tolerate Ukraine's independence because it threatens the very foundations of their own idea of Russian identity. So, their war in Ukraine is only part of a much larger war, in their minds, a war which involves us in the United Kingdom and the rest of Europe, whether we like it or not. Yes, this war is coming to us and has come to us. I'm minded of the words of Leon Trotsky, and I use the word you, Madam Deputy Speaker, advisedly, as I quote, "You might not be interested in war, but war is interested in you," he said. Putin and his henchmen have been saying for a long time that they are at war with us. In the past few weeks alone, expert commentators such as Fiona Hill, Eliza Manningham-Buller, the MI5 former director, and Lord Robertson, the ex-Secretary General of NATO, have all affirmed that Russia, yes, Russia is at war with us. And yes, I mean Russia, not just Putin. This is because Putin's gang of ideologues are skilled at exploiting the resentments of the Russian people in a highly controlled information environment so that the people accept their lies and so support what they have been told, that Russia is in some fight for Russia's survival against the hostile West. Now, some Western policymakers find this reality unpalatable. They prefer the illusion that Putin might accept some compromise, some deal whereby Ukraine might trade land for peace. But let there be no mistake. This is not just wishful thinking. It is dangerous because it both ignores the motive for Russia to wage this war and denies that Russia has already unleashed war against Europe and the United Kingdom. I give way very briefly, but I've got a lot to say. And
David Burton-Sampson.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and he's giving a really great speech, and I agree with the honourable gentleman on his points with spy ships through the channels and submarines off the coast of Scotland. Does he agree with me, therefore, that it's vitally important, not only for Ukraine but for the rest of the Europe, that we work closely with the coalition of the willing throughout this conflict?
Of course I agree with that, and I will come back to how we work with our allies later. The first thing we must understand is how the character of war has changed. In today's war, everything is a weapon. Disinformation, terrorism, sabotage, assassination, psychological manipulation, malign influence, cyber attacks, economic warfare, menacing undersea cables, even energy, food and fertilizer are used as weapons. And let's not also forget that Russia has weaponized the abduction of Ukrainian children, which is just one of the atrocities which Russia inflicts on the occupied territories. And I'm very sorry that the Honourable Lady for Paisley and Renfrew can't be here, but I hope that her cause is being taken up by someone else in this debate. Make no mistake, we are today already under a sustained assault through a coordinated campaign which merges all these weapons and others, and these attacks are steadily increasing in audacity and seriousness. They are sometimes reported in the press, but often downplayed by wishful governments who are unwilling to acknowledge these attacks for what they are, that they can appear to be isolated acts of espionage or sabotage or diversion, but they are not. They are elements of a systematic, strategic offensive designed to undermine public trust in our governments and our democratic systems, to fragment our societies, to establish groups that destabilise our countries from within, and above all to probe our defences and to find weaknesses to exploit further. This is a test of the resilience of our entire society. And this is hybrid warfare, the grey zone warfare. But the term total war might be more accurate as a description. And total war is the apposite title for a recent book authored by the former member for the Isle of Wight, Bob Seeley. The Baltic and Nordic countries and Poland are currently the main targets, but so is the UK. Indeed, the UK is singled out by Russia as public enemy number one, because Russia sees the UK, quite rightly, as a bulwark against threats and coercion which intimidate some other countries. But grey zone warfare is by no means the only threat the UK faces. Our critical national infrastructure is exposed, particularly offshore. NATO and the UK lack comprehensive air defence. Just this week, Putin said Russia is ready for war with NATO. And we have to be honest when I ask this question: how ready are we? This is also a dangerous narrative taking hold, that Ukraine is losing the war with Russia in Ukraine, and that we must just accept this. This is wholly wrong. There are in fact detailed assessments publicly available which demonstrate that Russia cannot win militarily, so long as NATO countries continue to give military and financial support to Ukraine, and economic sanctions against Russia are both maintained and strengthened. I give way to the Honourable Lady and thank her for her support.
Point. I just wondered if the Honourable Member is aware that the Russian state is currently actually taking tanks out of museums to try to get them on the battlefield at the moment. They are that deprived of military equipment.
Yes, that is certainly true, but they're also depending more and more what they produce in their factories rather than their legacy stock, so that's making the war more and more expensive for them. They're not in an ideal position, and as I will explain, the initial Russian dash for Kiev was disastrous for the Russian army, and the Russians failed from day one to establish air superiority over Ukraine, which is effectively a no-fly zone for Russian military aircraft. Ukraine has succeeded in developing technology and tactics which make Russian attempts to advance extraordinarily costly. Ukraine's ability to strike at Russian military and economic assets deep in Russia is increasing. There is absolutely nothing inevitable about a Russian victory over Ukraine. If we continue to sustain Ukraine and to undermine the Russian economy with sanctions, Russia will be forced to change its calculus for carrying on. Nevertheless, Putin is projecting confidence that he is winning. But let's be clear, this is not because of the military situation, but because of a lack of political will in so many NATO countries. If Putin wins, it is only because we let Putin win, as we let him win in Georgia, as we let him win in the Crimea and the Russian oblasts of eastern Ukraine before he embarked on the attempt to take Kiev. He proved that we are soft, and his confidence is based on his continued belief that nothing has changed. It has often been pointed out that the combined GDP of all NATO is vastly greater than Russia's, so therefore we should have nothing to fear. But that advantage only matters if we have the will to use this economic superiority to defeat Russia's expansionist agenda. War is about nothing if it is not about willpower. Sadly, with a few notable exceptions, like the Baltic states and Poland, we have really yet to demonstrate that willpower to win. This is particularly due to the United States. First, the vacillation of President Biden and his fear of fueling escalation gave Russia time to build up its war machine and to exploit wider alliances. Now, the despicable and disastrous attitude of President Trump seems to offer Putin the opportunity to achieve everything he wants: the subjugation of Ukraine, the humiliation of NATO, the enlargement of the Russian sphere of influence at the expense of European security. Ironically, the effect of the Trump administration's 28-point peace plan has been to encourage Putin to keep the war going. This is because Trump appears ready to give everything he wants to President Putin, that is, Ukraine as a Russian vassal state. There is no incentive at the moment for Putin to stop this war under these circumstances, while the US is seeking to force Ukraine and Europe to accept peace at any price. And it sometimes looks as if European resolve might also crumble. Trump thinks he is the master of the universe, but is in fact being psychologically manipulated by Putin with flattery, and I make no bones about it, with bribes. But something positive in Europe may finally be happening. Despite the tendency of European leaders to focus on differences between them, Merz, Macron, our own Prime Minister, and the leaders of NATO and the EU have shown remarkable unity. There is a realization that a so-called peace agreed on Trump's terms would not be peace at all. Putin will continue his campaign by other means. There will be little or no deterrence to discourage Putin from resuming military action on some bogus pretext at some future date. As Kaja Kallas, the European Union foreign policy chief, has explained, and I quote, "Russia has never truly had to come to terms with its brutal past or to bear the consequences of its actions." And she argued that the nature of the Russian regime means that rewarding aggression will bring more war, not less. And she is right. Putin will come back for more. The democratic world cannot forget the lessons of history. The attitude of some is an eerie parallel of what Chamberlain said about Hitler's annexation of the Czech Sudetenland, which he described, and I quote, "a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing." And let this House never forget that Russia signed the 2004 Budapest Memorandum. They prohibit the use of military force in Ukraine. President Putin disregarded this undertaking when he annexed the Crimea and then attacked eastern Ukraine. How many times do we need to learn this lesson? In Putin's world, Russia recognizes no international law, only its own absolute sovereignty. So a Russian signature on any treaty is not to be trusted unless it can be externally guaranteed with people who have the necessary force. Putin is already taunting the UK and NATO with hybrid war attacks. A Russian ship firing lasers at UK military aircraft in neutral airspace would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. This cannot just be ignored. Russia is testing NATO responses and mocking our slow pace to rearm. The consequences of remaining passive would be dire for the credibility of NATO as a deterrent force. Letting Russia have its agenda would also increase Russia's credibility with neutral countries at the expense of NATO and our allies. They will see the EU and NATO as representing waning powers, unable to contain Russia as we did during the Cold War. The agreement on much tougher proposals at Geneva last week, while still engaging Secretary of State Rubio, is a real achievement. The latest news that Putin has again refused to stop the war exposes him as the true aggressor. This is a war that he could so easily stop instantly. So long as Europe and NATO continue to support Ukraine and Ukraine refuses to settle on Russian terms, then Putin will not agree to a ceasefire until he realizes that there is no diplomatic shortcut open to him. The biggest risk we face is that Trump loses interest in his peace effort and withdraws support for Ukraine. But there's already evidence that Trump's power over the Congress is waning. Abandoning Ukraine would split US politics. We must hope that the US would also continue with intelligence support, but we must be ready for that and Europe should offer to pay for that intelligence if necessary, if that enables that intelligence support to continue. But settling for a fake peace on unsustainable Trump-Witkoff terms would be far worse. We in Europe have to accept President Trump's actions have demonstrated that he does not care about Ukraine, and his commitment to European security is at best ambiguous. So the right plan is for European NATO to be ready to continue to support Ukrainian resistance to Russia's demands, whatever, to continue to support Ukraine's military, and to help to finance Ukraine's increasingly effective defence industries. That is why the motion refers to the release of the 140 billion Russian frozen assets in Europe, and it is so vitally important. Russia will then continue to suffer the astronomical attrition on men and material and at vast financial cost, and more intensive sanctions must also bite on their economy. In truth, we can kid ourselves about the Russian economy. It remains pretty resilient. But sanctions have reduced foreign exchange earnings by some 20%. They only come from the export of oil and gas. Russia's domestic banks are now the only buyers of Russian government bonds. This is not a long-term sustainable position for Russia. Secondary sanctions applied to the Russian shadow fleet and to countries who enable the shadow fleet to exist have made and can continue to make the export of oil and gas less and less profitable or even loss-making for Russia. But above all, we see the Russian army so slowly advancing in Ukraine, taking tiny areas of land at incredible human cost. We are seeing a land war which Russia cannot win. It has taken all of this year for Russia to take Pokrovsk, a small town, and at the cost of some 100,000 casualties on the Russian side. And they have not, as my right honourable friend briefly intervenes, they have not already taken that town, though they say they have. The US ambassador to NATO pointed out recently that a snail crawling from the Russian border westwards would now be in the middle of Poland had it left at the same time as the beginning of the invasion. That is how badly the Russians are doing militarily. So there is no breakthrough which would give Russia strategic military success. So Putin escalates by ramping up of hybrid warfare on NATO states. He wants to move the focus of the war onto fresh battlefields. He attacks Ukrainian energy infrastructure. He could launch a military attack on a NATO member country using a form of warfare for which that country, unlike Ukraine, is not prepared. Such an attack on an ally would necessitate a response by the UK if deterrence is to remain credible. It might even involve UK troops in Estonia, for example. Our troops are not prepared for this kind of drone warfare that we are seeing in Ukraine. And if they did, what would we do? I leave that question hanging in the air. An attack could involve a missile attack on targets within the UK, for which we are equally unprepared, or on our offshore assets. Our allies in Germany and Poland and Finland take very seriously the real risk that Europe may be drawn into a more military confrontation with Russia, and a lot sooner than is comfortable to acknowledge. So what is it that we must do in the face of this now obvious threat to our security? We must acknowledge and explain. Explain to our population that we are indeed at war now, and we must explain the nature of the hybrid threat. We must call out Russian hybrid attacks for what they are, and we must devise robust responses as well as increasing our own defences. Are these interceptions and no more a sufficient response? We must constantly adapt the use of sanctions, realising that, like any weapon, Russia will devise countermeasures to evade them. We must, as a real priority, increase our military and economic support to Ukraine. However difficult that might be, we need to make it clear, both by our words and our actions, that Russia cannot win this war. And I do say to the Minister who's possible. What plan objective to topple President Putin, but this victory is the only way to prevent Russia discrediting NATO and corroding the confidence that we democracies can and must prevent despots from degrading the global international order. To help achieve peace, we in the UK must accelerate our own war readiness, as the Defence Committee set out in their recent report. The noble Lord Robertson Port Ellen, who oversaw the government's strategic defence review, remarked recently, "We are under attack, repaired," those are his words, that our country is not safe. Changing this does not simply mean strengthening our armed forces, although that is essential. It means adapting a lot of things in our country so that we can survive and fight a war. This will be difficult, even painful, so the sooner we start the better, because it is weakness which encourages Putin. The stronger we are, the less likely we are to be attacked.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex for securing this debate and making such an eloquent speech. We made all the points that I'm going to make in my speech, but I still will make it, nevertheless. So today is 1,379 days since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And let's not forget, the Ukraine had already been at war with Russia for 8 years. We all remember the rhetoric from the Kremlin, that Kiev would fall in 3 days. Last week, we heard from the former Russian ground force commander, Vladimir Churkin, who made a rare criticism of the Kremlin from inside Russia, saying that Russia had not been prepared for its invasion of Ukraine. I think it's instructive for the House to quote from him. "We had the traditional underestimation of the opponent and overestimation of our own military. Churkin said Russia had been buoyed by the confidence from its 5-day war in Georgia in 2008. During the first weeks, we were taught a serious, harsh lesson. The former defence minister tried to find a face-saving exit from the situation, calling what was happening a gesture of goodwill," Churkin said. He also criticised the entire Russian intelligence community for telling the leadership that which turned out to be entirely false. We know that well over 90% of Ukraine, even in the east and the south and in Crimea, support continued sovereignty of Ukraine. It is one of the first times that a top Russian official had made such public criticism of Russia's war efforts, something that not only the attack, but here, unlike in Ukraine, where children under direct threat of death and abduction from Russia are and although our buildings are not under immediate tested by reconnaissance and dummy drones to test our readiness for a full-scale war. I've been to Ukraine 7 times since the full-scale invasion, and not just to Kiev or Lviv. I've travelled this great country in their time of greatest need, visiting Vinnytsia, Zhytomyr, Odessa, Mykolaiv, Kherson Oblast, Dnipro, Zaporizhzhia, and my own sister city of Kharkiv, which has had a relationship with Leeds since not long after the full-scale invasion. I've seen firsthand the strength, courage and determination of Ukraine and the commitment to Ukrainian culture, language and identity. And I know that they will never, never allow their identity to be subsumed by Russia, which is why the practice of stealing Ukrainian children by Russia, crucifying them, and then, when of age, sending them back to Ukraine to fight for Russia is so abhorrent. The worst, most dystopian war crime one can imagine. And we need to ensure they are prosecuted in international criminal court for this. And I'd also like to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Paisley Renfrewshire South, for the amazing work she's doing leading the APPG on this matter. There is so much that we can say about the needs of Ukraine. I do not think we should use this debate to provide a running commentary on the war or on the stalled peace talks which Russia have disingenuously used to try and pursue their original war goals. I do want to talk about what can turn the dial. As we all know, only maximum pressure on Russia and placing Ukraine in the strongest possible position will create a scenario where a ceasefire can be agreed. The twin approach of using Russian state assets for military aid and squeezing the Russian economy through the strongest possible sanctions regime may create those conditions and certainly put Ukraine in a much stronger position than they are now. We all know what assets are clear, and we need those assets to be seized and repurposed for the self-defence of Ukraine. Euroclear has been holding about 200 euros belonging to Russia's central bank, the majority of an estimated 260 billion in sovereign Russian assets held in the West. My view is that the full seizure of Russian assets is clearly proportional to the crimes committed by the Russian state against Ukraine, and any post-war settlement will incur huge reparations, so the seizure of assets are paying forward a long tradition of post-war reparations. I welcome the news yesterday that the European Commission plans to move forward quickly with the reparation loans to Ukraine using frozen Russian assets, or an EU loan based on common borrowing, with a figure of 90 billion euros being reported, which is very significant. The second option is due to some reservations by the Belgian government, who host Euroclear in Brussels. I welcome the Ursula von der Leyen statement that Ukraine means to defend itself and take forward peace negotiations from a position of strength. I'm sure something that we in the entire House agree with. Publicly available information indicates the United Kingdom has frozen private Russian assets belonging to sanctioned individuals amounting to £28 billion. But could the Minister indicate the total value of sovereign state assets currently frozen in the United Kingdom and say where the government is prepared to allocate immediately those funds which are not subject to the approval of international partners, Euroclear assets, to support Ukraine during this very difficult time? Of course.
Quite interesting about this with the UK government, the Foreign Office particularly, is that the pressure that we've all mounted on them to seize these assets and use the capital value, most of them are in cash now anyway, but the answer has been refusal. I understand their nervousness about market instability as a result, but what they've also done now is said they can use the earnings, the interest from the loan, from the capital. You cannot own the interest if you don't own the capital. So we're dancing on ahead of a pin. Wouldn't it be better if they were clear and seized the capital once and for all, regularize the use of that money one way or another?
Absolutely agree with the Honourable Member. So, and I actually think it's not just that profits or the interest from the assets that are held here should be repurposed, but actually we should look at how those assets are being managed and maximise that for the purpose of Ukraine as well. But to conclude my question to the Minister, to ask if the United Kingdom will be part of the reparation loan to Ukraine scheme alongside if that comes about. In terms of assets, I'll keep it brief. Keep it brief as I spoke